Yeah. Three, two.
If you're looking for some place to get away, welcome to paradise. Barbados, so nice. Whether you're drinking rum or a pack of Kool-Aid, welcome to paradise. Barbados, so nice. Man, this thing so sweet, no others can compete. That is my island. Barbados, so nice. We got the best beaches, girl, with them peaches down in my island. Barbados, so nice. Have you ever been to some place before? You will leave yet, but you're craving for more. This place will give you so much good memories, plenty vibes and stories. Watch new friends become family. Now we back at this place I call home. Sweet like a cassava bone. This place is a one of a kind. No other place. Let me take you on the west coast, where we party the most. If you're looking a place to go, Barbados is hanging for sure. If you're looking for some place to get away, welcome to paradise. Barbados, so nice. Whether you're drinking rum or a pack of Kool-Aid, welcome to paradise. Barbados, so nice. Man, this thing so sweet, no others can compete. That is my island. Barbados, so nice. We got the best beaches, girl, with them peaches down in my island. Barbados, so nice. So many places you can visit. Kensington Oval for cricket, Baxter's Road, fried fish, you get it. St. Nicholas and the train ride it. Harrison's Cave, you must visit. Atlantis submarine, you love it. Man, this place is paradise. This place is paradise. If it's paradise, no other place. This is paradise. This place is paradise. If it's paradise, this place is paradise. Barbados, no other place. If you're looking for some place to get away, welcome to paradise. Barbados, so nice. Whether you're drinking rum or a pack of Kool-Aid, welcome to paradise. Barbados, so nice. Man, this thing so sweet, no others can compete. That is my island. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. I'ma say, hey, me fretting up about the year I'm flexing. I'ma say, hey, me frowning up on me here it wearing. Whoa. Every day, them a cry me down, but I just don't have it fun. All me want is the music all night long. Till the party done. Play the music, big and strong, 'cause I just don't have it fun. kind of place. Can't even find she address on ways. She bump out could cause a collision. Looking like all she does it is provision. She says she's a country gal all the way. The gal look good. Stand up and she too and not Kimbo. She resourceful. When lights go, she lighting the flambo. Like she reading minds. You know this gal could make homemade wine. I don't care who vex. Town gal sweet, but country is the best. I wanna live in your country. Spend money on the country. I can bed in the country rain. I wanna live in your country. Spend money on the country. If you can't find me, I down in there. I wanna live in your country. Spend money on the country. I can bed in the country rain. Yeah. I wanna live in your country. Spend money.
Good morning, baby. Good morning, baby. Whoa, what a night. Action broke out till morning light. Whoa, what a night. Good morning, baby. It's breakfast in bed after a wonderful night. No pancake and egg. This is a special delight. So rest your head on the pillow. Relax and enjoy the flight. And everything nice. We having the time of the life right now in the morning vibe. The morning vibes. Real vibes. Nice. Real nice. Me and me gal inside of the bed. Reminiscing about last night. The morning vibes. Real vibes. Nice. Real nice. Me and me gal inside of the bed. Positive in the low, let the sunlight come in. Inside the bed is breakfast and loving. Sipping champagne and kissing and hugging. Can't wait to put me up on the muffin. You're blushing, live up on a cherry. Lick all the juice off of the strawberry. Eat with cream straight off of your belly. Cock down, crumb up 3 times already. It's breakfast in bed after a wonderful night. No pancake and egg. This is a special delight. So rest your head on the pillow. Relax and enjoy the flight. And everything nice. We having the time of the life right now in the morning vibe. The morning vibes. Real vibes. Nice. Real nice. Me and me gal inside of the bed. Reminiscing about last night. The morning vibes. Real vibes. Nice. Real nice. Me and me gal inside of the bed. Round the AM turn up. Action on. Bring this and come up. Come let me hold your baby and love up. Take me finger and dip in the syrup. Rub some over your lips and kiss it. Rub some over your body and lick it. Champagne bottle to me head and hit it. I wish the morning would never finish. It's breakfast in bed after a wonderful night. No pancake and egg. This is a special delight. So rest your head on the pillow. Relax and enjoy the flight. And everything nice. We having the time of the life right now in the morning vibe. The morning vibes. Real vibes. Nice. Real nice. Me and me gal inside of the bed. Reminiscing about last night. The morning vibes. Real vibes. Nice. Real nice. Me and me gal inside of the bed. Whoa, what a night. Action broke out till morning light. Whoa, what a night. Good morning, baby. Whoa, what a night. Action broke out till morning light. Whoa, what a night. Good morning, baby. Rest your head on the pillow. Relax and enjoy the flight. And everything nice. We having the time of the life right now in the morning vibe. The morning vibes. Real vibes. The morning vibes. Real vibes. Real vibes. Come now we dance. Real vibes.
Lights are low, the mood is right. Let the rhythm flow, baby, let it ride. Tonight's the night, no time to wait. Girl, you and I, we're face to face. Oh, life's too short, I don't wanna hold it in. Let the music just get beneath your skin. Close your eyes and let your spirit flow. In my mind, you're the only one I see.
Miss Oliver from Trinidad.
You need seen outside my door.
and Tobago, you left your purse. You can come back to the tent at the back of the venue to collect your purse with your passport. Miss Oliver.
for me, you go find it. Right there, right there. I repeat the bim 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 right there. It's a rhythm deep down inside me. Take me home, take me home, take me home.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the arrival of the acting president of the Republic of Barbados, the Reverend Jeffrey Gibson. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados. The Honorable Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and author of The Idea of Barbados. Her Excellency Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of the Caribbean and moderator of this distinguished conversation. Dr. June Sommer, Dr. Stacy Richards Kennedy, CAF Regional Manager for the Caribbean and the representative in Barbados. Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Dr. Marielle Barrow-Megan, Coordinator of the Big Conversations, specially invited guests, a special good morning to the St. Vincent delegation and all other delegations joining us today. All Carifesta staff and volunteers, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media. A beautiful Barbados good morning to you. Welcome to the launch of the Big Conversations right here in beautiful Barbados, where the arts live, breathe, and unite the region. I'm your host, Jewel Ford, Local Media Relations and Communications Coordinator for Carifesta 15. We are here at the historic Golden Square Freedom Park, part of the UNESCO World Heritage Site, historic Bridgetown and its garrison. The site pays tribute to one of our national heroes, the Right Excellent Clement Payne, and the perfect place to launch big conversations, because this was one of the sites of many big conversations in 1937. I'm going to keep my introduction short, as you're not here to hear me, but to listen to the distinguished speakers on this idea of Barbados. The launch of Big Conversation marks a pivotal cultural moment at Carifesta 15, an invocation of history, a celebration of innovation, and a blueprint for sustainable futures. So let's start with a spoken word poet who will set the tone for today's discussions. I now invite Akeem Chandler Prescott, or as we like to call him, Stoned with Cupid, to perform We Need to Talk. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him to the stage.
All right. Good morning. You can hear me now, right? There we go. So we're going to kick this conversation off with a spoken word piece called We Need to Talk. We need to talk. We need to talk about disconnection because it's on the verge of a disconnection. You know, art is supposed to mirror reality, but I don't seem to recognize my reflection anymore. I wonder if the smoke of Mr. Hardin burning has churned in our lungs for so long that we have exhaled his existence out of our festival. I wonder if when we breathe in tradition, if it smells of rotting flesh. And maybe that's why so many of our indigenous practices are on the brink of death. I wonder what's the cost to resurrect a deceased discipline. And if the cost is in the millions, or if it's just a time spent to buy in to that lost meaning. I wonder if Clement Payne rests dreaming of us gathered here in this square. I wonder if Caribbean people realize that we are the manifestation of so many of our ancestors' prayers. I wonder if after all of this talk, how many people can actually hear? Because we love a talk shop of goods and services where we place proposed ideas on display, turning the stage into a showroom, developing the product of how we can help the block men from the boardroom, completely out of tune with the soundtrack of the ghetto. Then we sing the chorus of crime under control every time we gather to talk. And I'm not here to mock sport or mock a serious thing. I just feel like if we can have a big conversation about Caribbean civilization, we got to be realistic about Caribbean living. So let me talk about we culture. Let me have a sit down about creatives actually having a seat at the table where they can properly eat. Not just pick at crumbs of consideration every season and call it a feast. No, we got to talk saints. And saints, most people understand that as dollars and cents. Let me talk corporations with a conscience. Let me talk profit margins, not marked with the blood of the marginalized. Let me talk about going from entry level to enterprise and how policy can drive preservation and innovation. Let me have a conversation about the definition of that word culture. Because I already think a lot of we get it. We seem to think it's just party and vibes, but in reality, it's a holistic expression and way of life. Is this slang that survived colonization? Is that our grandmother seasoning and the story it tells when she started cooking? Is it where our grandmothers were met doing that skin to nothing? Culture is code, and not the kind you scan with your phone, no, the kind program into muscle memory and bone. Culture is home for every son of the soul. Culture is why a little brown-skinned girl from Westbury Road can build a brand into $1 billion empire. Culture is why the colonizer, diaspora, and even stranger will fly on 3 different planes to visit these 166 square miles. Culture is the boom, 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 boom heartbeat of these owls pumping progress into our economies. Culture is honestly our only real renewable resource, and it's mined from the minds of our people, extracted from their habits, refined by practice, ritual. Culture is a mystical force forged whenever we gather, and we harness it with our laughter, banishing bad mind away with our friendly banter. Culture is what we had before, what we got right now, and hopefully what we will have after. So if we're having a conversation about the architecture of innovation, we got to trace the blueprint of resilience right down to its roots. And we got to have a conversation where we talk with, not just talk at you. A conversation where the truth will shine so bright it could blind any form of ignorance. We got to dissect any dissonance and become surgical with our topics, operate on our passion till it turns into profit. We got to fine-tune the archives to the frequency of AI so we don't drown in the rising tide of technology. From I to industry, from bush seed to burlap to broadband, we gotta comb through every strand of our heritage, detangling knowledge as we brush shoulders. This is where a poet could talk to world leaders who will lead us in one big conversation at Carifesta 2025. One big conversation about our daily lives. One big conversation about pride and industry. And when we done talk, I want one to tell me, what is your definition of culture?
Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for Akeem Chandler Prescott with We Need to Talk. I now invite Senator Dr. the Honorable Chantal Monroe Knight, Minister with responsibility for culture in the Prime Minister's office, to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can appreciate, the traffic is a little heavy, so Senator Monroe Knight is not here yet. But I bring you the Honorable Chad Blackman, Minister of Educational Transformation.
Thank you very much. Acting President of Barbados, Prime Minister Motley, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Secretary General of CARICOM, Chancellor of the University of the West Indies, specially invited guests, CARICOM, Carifesta, Caribbean people, good morning to all of you. Good morning to all of you. It is certainly a privilege to welcome you to the heart of Barbados in Golden Square this morning to what is dubbed as a big conversation. To have such Caribbean luminaries in a place anchored in the history of revolution, but now rolling out in a place of peace and reflection is certainly not only a proud moment for Barbados, but one for the Caribbean. And I'm confident that this morning's discussion will lend to not just a great part of Carifesta 2025, the 15th iteration of Carifesta, but to start a movement of a new ideology for the Caribbean. One that continues to have its place anchored in the world, but two, can ensure that we as a Caribbean people and civilization can now move to the next level of our development in business and trade, in fashion, in art, in technology. The challenges in the world are there, but our history has shown that notwithstanding what has come before us, we as Caribbean people thrive and succeed and dominate. And therefore, this morning's conversation, in my view, places us at a firm place for us to now build out the future of what the Caribbean must be in this ever-changing global world. So I want to simply to welcome you. Of course, the government places significant premium on this moment. And this morning, I believe that we are in for a special discussion, particularly given who we have slated to speak to you. And therefore, I want to wish you a happy conversation this morning and happy Carifesta once again. Thank you.
Another round of applause for the Honorable Chad Blackman, Minister of Educational. I'm going to throw myself on the mercy of the court and ask for grace and forgiveness from His Excellency, the Acting President, Reverend Jeffrey Gibson. Sir, I did see you, but I was following the script. My apologies. We now have a musical interlude with the music of the Mighty Sparrow, a medley by the National Arts Theatre Company of Trinidad and Tobago. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them to the stage.
Round the corner posing, bet your life is something they're selling. And if you catch them broken, you could get them all for nothing. Don't make a row, the Yankees gone and Sparrow take over now.
Gina and Dinah, Rosita and Clementina, round the corner posing, bet your life is something they're selling. And if you catch them broken, you could get them all for nothing. Don't make a row, the Yankees gone and Sparrow take over now.
Well, the hills in Tongue feeling bad. No, my Yankees in Trinidad. They're gonna close on the base so good. Them girls have to make out how they could. Well, but it's now they back up in tongue. In for a penny and in for a hung. Well, it's competition for so. Trouble me tongue when the price drops low. So when they bump up.
Gina and Dinah, Rosita and Clementina, round the corner posing, bet your life is something they're selling. And if you catch them broken, you could get them all for nothing. Don't make a row, the Yankees gone and Sparrow take over now.
Playing in class with a lizard in a glass. The lizard get away from root and run by the teacher foot. Oh Lord, the children frightened, wondering what go happen. But the teacher laughing out, only watching everybody. Lizard run up she foot and disappear. Everybody still searching everywhere. Where the lizard, teacher Mildred, it's under she dress. Taking a rest the way she jolly and happy. I'm sure the lizard must be tickling she. Melda, oh, you're making wedding plans, carrying many to Obia man. All you do, you can't get through. I still ain't go married to you. You're making yourself a pappy show, Melda. You're making yourself a bloody clown. Up and down the country looking for Obia, and your perspiration smells so strong.
Girl, you only wasting time. Hope your wedding bells don't chime, and you can't trap me with necromancy. Melda, oh, you're making wedding plans, carrying men to hope your man. All you do, you can't get through. I still ain't gonna marry to you. A
Drunk and disorderly,
a drunk,
always in custody with my friends and my family.
a drunk,
All man fed up with me cause I drunk and disorderly. Every weekend I in the jail. Drunk and disorderly, nobody to stand me bail. I drunk and disorderly,
a drunk,
always in custody with my friends and my family.
a drunk,
All man fed up with me cause I drunk and disorderly. Every weekend I in the jail. Drunk and disorderly, nobody to stand me bail.
a drunk,
Don't do that,
a drunk,
don't do that,
a drunk,
don't do that,
a drunk.
don't do that.
The fete was crowded and she was tight. While I was grounded, she high in flight. Hoytonian steel band blazing a jam. She turn, she bam bam, lick down me pan.
Don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. Do back on me, do back. 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 You see Miss Mary, one pound. She big and hairy, 1 pound. You see she mother, 1 pound. You see she daughter, 1 pound. You see Miss Mary, 1 pound. She big and hairy, 1 pound. You see she mother, 1 pound. You see she daughter, 1 pound.
Dancing with your man, you only jamming down me pan with your bam bam.
Da 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 da.
Don't do that.
I don't know about you guys, but I was there backstage shaking a leg. Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for the National Theatre Arts Company of Trinidad and Tobago. I now invite Dr. Stacy Richards Kennedy, CAF Regional Manager for the Caribbean and representative in Barbados, to come to the stage.
Thank you very much. I think we have a little issue there. Sure. Thank you very much, my brothers. Excellency, Acting President of Barbados, Honorable Prime Minister Motley, Honorable Prime Minister Gonzalez, Secretary General of CARICOM, Vice Chancellor Beckles, and of course my sister, Dr. June Sumo. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and no one does it quite like the mighty sparrow. So can we give another round of applause to our previous participants? Honorable delegates, I'd like to begin by building on where that last performance ended, celebrating multi-layered Caribbean expression that provokes thought, encourages reflection and self-interrogation, and challenges the status quo. That's why we're here today. and the Mighty Sparrow's voice has for decades captured Caribbean ingenuity through the blend of song with humor, double entendre, innuendo, and social commentary to tell our stories. When a direct political discourse was forbidden, we turned to avenues like calypso and lyrics that carried profound truths wrapped in wit and wisdom. The language of resistance became the language of survival, and eventually the language of transformation. This art form reminds us that calypso was never just music. It has been our popular parliament, our classroom, and our conscience. And what a fitting setting we're in today for the launch of our big conversations. Here, under the gaze of history, we come together not only to celebrate our creativity, but to ask the hard questions about identity, about resilience, about sustainability. 87 years ago, on this very ground, a man named Clement Payne dared to believe that ordinary people deserved extraordinary lives. His words sparked 4 days that changed the trajectory of Barbados and our region forever. Today, we gather in that same spirit of audacious hope, not as inheritors of someone else's vision, but as architects of our own future. CAF, Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, firmly believes in the transformative power of language and expression. As a homegrown development bank in the Global South that was born in South America with a mandate to support regional integration across Latin America and the Caribbean, we hold firm the belief that economics is not the only language of development. There's also the language of justice, the language of inclusion, and the language of human rights. And it is in this spirit that we're proud to be the title sponsor of the big conversations during Carifesta 15, an initiative that is at the core of who we are as a region, our essence, our ambition, and our aspirations. On behalf of our executive president, I wish to congratulate Prime Minister Motley and the entire government of Barbados for making big conversations an integral part of Carifesta 15. Please join me. We hope that it may be considered a permanent fixture in the Carifesta agenda for future editions of this beautiful regional festival. Big Conversations creates a space for the kind of dialogue that has always been at the heart of Caribbean identity. Conversations that are unafraid to challenge, to question, and to be boldly and creatively futuristic. When we provide platforms for Caribbean voices and meaningful discourse, we celebrate Caribbean scholarship and visionary leadership. And this, my brothers and sisters, is another form of cultural expression and entertainment, perhaps more cerebral in nature, but shaping our individual and collective narrative, and importantly, carrying the ethos of empowerment. Freedom of the mind, freedom of the spirit. Just as the reverberating rhythms in the music we create, the stories we tell, and the conversations we have together shape not only how we see ourselves, but also how the world sees us and engages with us. Big Conversations embodies this spirit. It recognizes that the challenges we face, from climate change to economic transformation and so much more, require us to think together and to work and build this region together. The same collaborative spirit that has defined Caribbean resistance and creativity must also define Caribbean development. And CAF is honored to stand shoulder to shoulder with you in that journey, not as a sponsor, but as a partner. The conversations we will have here over these coming days will echo beyond this space, just as Sparrow's music and the creative work of so many other Caribbean artists have echoed across generations. And now, more than ever before, we need to have these big conversations that our region needs and that our future demands. Permit me to close, brothers and sisters, with a personal reflection that just as we take time to have big conversations with each other and with our leaders here today, we must also each pause to have big conversations with ourselves. I firmly believe that it is when we still our minds and open our hearts as individuals that we unleash a pure energy and activate our human agency to bring about the change that we need in our societies. As a development specialist, this has meant for me turning to poetry as I work through what it is to lead the micropolitics of development across the Caribbean. And if I may just share with you one that I wrote about a year ago, around the time that I was accredited as CAF's representative in Barbados, in this beautiful country. And I wrote it with Barbados on my mind and in my heart, but also as a daughter of the Caribbean. And it is called Island Glue. From lands afar they come, as they have for centuries done, searching for much more than they show, trying to capture our island glow. Basking in your warm embrace, never do they feel out of place. It is your beauty and lushness that they adore that always leaves them yearning for more. That inner radiance that harbors your essence, like 1,000 stars, it is incandescent, igniting your passion and drive to preserve the dignified life that your children deserve. So what is it that prevents those who come and go from taking the time to look beneath your glue, to care about your children's dreams and ambitions, and care about you, your holistic condition? It seems unjust that they thrive without fear at the expense of your children's sweat, blood, and tears. How audacious to want to limit your destiny to nothing more than sun, sand, and sea. Your ancestral sacrifices they'll never understand, nor the battles waged to defend your land. Now they see all is interconnected, and to disregard your well-being will be at their peril. So sweet Mama Isle, shine bright your light so we can see all that is precious in our collective humanity. In their quiet moments, may those who doubt be compelled to know our shared duty to protect your island glue.
I now invite Dr. Marielle Barrow-Megan, curator of the Big Conversations, to come to the podium. Marielle?
Good morning, everyone. His Excellency, the Honorable Reverend Jeffrey Gibson, Acting President of Barbados, the Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, Dr. June Summer, Honorable Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Honorable Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General, CARICOM, Dr. Stacey Richards Kennedy of CAF, and Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Vice Chancellor of UWI, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and specially invited guests. A special good morning to the St. Vincent delegation and all of our other delegations represented here, all Carifesta 15 staff and volunteers, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media. It is with deep gratitude that I welcome you all to the launch of Big Conversations. Today we begin a journey not just through panels and discussions, but along the routes drawn by our collective Caribbean imagination toward a reality that matches our people's aspirations. We've designed these conversations as a bus journey. Why? Because buses are shared spaces. They carry all of us side by side toward a common destination. Each route represents a pathway through which our people's creativity, resilience, and vision move us forward. These conversations will take us from here at Golden Square Freedom Park to Copacabana, to Church Village Green, the Marcus Garvey Amphitheater, and Queen's Park Esplanade. The first is the Resilience Route, which kicks off today at 1 p.m. at Copacabana. We invite you to join our artists, our writers, and academics, as well as officials for this mini-series, Shifting Shores, Rising Tides. We have voices like our very own Barbadian Alana Brooks. We have Miss Amanda McIntyre of Trinidad and Tobago, an artist and cultural activist who brings vision and urgency to how we reimagine resilience, not just as survival, but as creative renewal. Next, we have Postcards from the Front Line with Clish Gittins and the Premier of the British Virgin Islands. Then we start on our innovation line with AI Can't Tech We Rhythm, and that is a dance conversation. From burlap to broadband and from I&I to industry, our conversations will span a variety of topics, and there is something for everyone. We invite you to gather around, to come, to share our spaces with us, and to have an interactive dialogue. This is not simply about us speaking to you, but us speaking with you. And so it is really our pleasure this morning to welcome you to Big Conversations and to invite you to join us on this bus journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marielle. Coming now to entertain us with a great performance, one of my favorite songs from her, Mahalia Cummins with Talk to Me, and that's mixed with a nice mashup of Edwin Yearwood's A Voice in My Head. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. We all gotta talk to each other, really listen, yeah? Talk to me so you can know the real deal. I know it's hard to see. We're all just ordinary people. Not enough makeup could hide the expression on my face. Not enough hurdles could keep me on this race. I know you don't see me, so you're just standing in my way. You get the perks, we do the works. Got no respect for what we really worth. Everybody got them one thing going on. Everywhere inside the city is confusion. You just don't understand. You're not around the common man. You don't know our dreams or plans. It's not what you heard. You know the words. So why don't you come out and talk to me? So you can know the real deal, yes. Yeah, I know it's hard to see, yeah. We're all just ordinary people. people. Yes. Stop and take a look around and then you will see nothing is a real mystery. Every day I'm breathing in the same air as me, living the same atmosphere as me, eat and sleep and drink like me, cry tears just like me. You see the better while we see the worst. What would you do if the roles get reversed? Oh no, everybody got their own thing going on, yes. Yeah, everywhere inside the city is confusion. You just don't understand. You're not around the common man. You don't know our dreams or plans. It's not what you heard. You know the word. Why don't you come out and talk to me? So you can know the real deal, the real deal. And I know it's hard to see. We're all just ordinary people. Oh, yeah. 'Cause that voice in my head, that voice in my head, I lift my head up to the sky, question the heavens, asking why. Why must I go on to live in this violence and crime? Why can't I tour the lands I know, watch all my children's children grow? Why must I go on to live in this violence and crime? Oh no, a new day begins and you're feeling down and out. New problems ahead, don't know yet what they're about. You wish you could die so the madness would be gone. It's nonsense to hide or run. Something said keep pressing on. A voice in my head, it talks to me. Oh, oh, oh. A voice in my head talks to me. It tells me the road is long. It tells me I must be strong. Roll with the pain and strife. Today is the start of the rest of your life. A voice in my head talks to me. Oh, voice in my head, it talks to me. So I lift my head up to the sky, question the heavens, asking why. Why must I go on to live in this violence and crime? Why can't I tour the lands I know, watch all my children's children grow? Why must I go on to live in this violence and crime? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for Mahalia, therefore Talk to Me, and a mashup with A Voice in My Head. It's time now for the big conversation, and I will invite our panelists to the stage, starting with the Honorable Mia Amor-Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Her Excellency Dr. Carla Barnett, CARICOM Secretary General, who will moderate the conversation, Dr. June Sommer, historian and diplomat, and Sir Hilary Beckles, Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies.
It came out.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's exactly 12:01, so that makes it afternoon now, right? I would like to begin by recognizing the Acting Governor General, the Very Reverend Dr. Jeffrey Gibson, and to recognize all leaders, all special guests, all participants in Carifesta. Welcome to the launch of the Big Conversation series at Carifesta 15. Our distinguished panel today will explore the idea of Caribbean civilization. This is a conversation that is both appropriate and critical in this Carifesta moment. We are gathered in Golden Square, Freedom Park, that has great historical significance in relation to the labor uprisings that swept across the Caribbean in the 1930s. Today, August 23rd, is the International Day for the Remembrance of the Slave Trade and its abolition, designated by UNESCO to commemorate the beginning on this day in 1791, the rebellion in Saint-Domingue that started the war of resistance against chattel slavery that eventually led to the first Black Republic in our hemisphere, Haiti, and effectively started the process of abolition of slavery, which happened in the British Caribbean territories beginning in 1834. The struggle against colonialism took root in the 20th century when most territories achieved independence. The spirit of resistance and resilience which grew to characterize Caribbean people during our history of colonialism and slavery is critical to our capacity to address the challenges we now face, whether these are geopolitical developments, the climate crisis, public health risks, whether from pandemics or NCDs, violence in our society. This spirit of resistance and resilience is also crucial to considering the role of regional integration and collaboration in strategizing and implementing effective solutions to today's challenges. This panel will consider critical questions. What is the Caribbean? What is the significance of this highly valued space that is home to 44.6 million Caribbean people, of which over 16 million are in CARICOM? What are the ways in which our Caribbean civilization has advanced models of good governance, development, inclusivity, and creativity that have inspired the world? Though we have been shaped by a history of forced migration, native genocide, creolization, and colonialism, our Caribbean civilization has and continues to rise above absurd adversity to notable achievements in every sphere of life. Our distinguished panelists will explore how enslavement, apprenticeship, decolonization, etc., converge to produce the unique and diverse societies in our Caribbean civilization. Our panelists, Honorable Ralph Gonzalez, Sir Hilary Beckles, Ambassador June Suma, and PM Mia Motley, and I list them in the order of which they will speak, will be speaking concisely on a number of questions which I pose, and I emphasize the concisely because these are questions on which any of us can speak for hours. So I will begin with the Honorable Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. PM Gonzalez, the word civilization often brings to mind grand historical empires, systems of thought, material culture. But what does it mean in a Caribbean context? As the author who invented the term, the idea of Barbados, where you argued that Barbados is in the top rank, a developing country with developed nations, governance and human development attainments. The question is, how would you define the idea of Caribbean civilization?
Thank you very much, and to everyone. Anyone who reviews literature on civilization would conclude that it is not a term easy to define. Indeed, one British author, Kenneth Clark, preferred to define civilized man and woman. That you occupy a very special place within your landscape and seascape, a sense of belonging and permanence. Thank you very much. This is better. Not merely occupancy, but permanence in this particular landscape and seascape. And that you must be able to look backwards and look forwards. And it helps if you can read and write. And nowadays, if you can use the computer and go to AI. Civilization has visible sides and invisible sides. The visible ones are fairly easy to identify. And important as they are, it's the invisible side that which reflects our customs, our forms of behavior, the genius of our people. And it is that genius which is resident in our people, which is important for us to tap. And that genius, you may call them hidden rationalities because they are rational. You may call them hidden resources, which are not utilized, underutilized, or ill-utilized. And to bring them and the visible aspects of civilization together. And civilization doesn't have to be one which is associated with imperium, not with empire. And it has come to be acknowledged that there is something distinct called island or seaboard civilization. Amen. Yes. Called island or seaboard civilization, for instance.
I think you need some wires in here and forget the wireless.
We have to discount the price by 70%. We're only paying you 30% at the moment. All right? Me are negotiating for you, girl.
Please do.
Yes. We have an island civilization or seaboard civilization. Guyana, for instance, is part of the Caribbean civilization, which is seaboard. Suriname, 10% of the people live towards the coast. And what we do have is, through the fever of history, we have fashioned a civilization of a very special kind in this Caribbean, a creolized civilization of high quality, where we have had metaphorically, and we do have metaphorically, a symphony. We are the songs of the indigenous people, the Kalinago, the Garifuna, the Amerindian. We are the rhythm of Africa. We are the melody of Europe. We are the chords of Asia. And we are the homegrown lyrics of the Caribbean. And like all symphonies, we do have dissonances. And we address those dissonances either through the formal institutions or through the informal ones to create societies of an amazing nature. And if you want a full and proper definition of civilization, the young man, the young poet who regaled us with his poetry earlier today, he told us what is the Caribbean civilization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Gonzalez. I'm going to turn to Professor Beckles and ask him a little bit about the historical foundations of our Caribbean identity or Caribbean civilization, because we have been shaped by colonization, by resistance, creolization, and all of that. And these historical currents have created something that is not entirely, as you heard from PM Gonzalez, it's not entirely Western, it's not entirely indigenous, it's not entirely African, it's a mix of everything. But how that mix comes up is a reflection of our history. So, Professor Beckles, how have the histories of slavery, indentureship, colonization, independence movements, decolonization, how have those things shaped the Caribbean as a civilization?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and very good afternoon, everyone. Protocol is observed, Excellencies. I would wish, of course, to recognize my colleagues and friends from the Pan-Africanist movement, the reparations movement, my brother, David Comachon, who keeps us all in good step. So, good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, I need a little more than 10 minutes. I wish to recognize that, you know, the late, great Fidel Castro holds the world record for the longest speech. 6 hours and 15 minutes. And we have all been practicing. But not today. But, colleagues, I wish to begin with endorsing what Dr. Gonzalez has said about our Caribbean civilization, a people with organized values and principles, a people governed by the same historical forces, and have created what, in fact, is a Caribbean nation. We are a Caribbean nation. The history has taught me that all of us from our different territories, we are just communities in a nation. And this is a gathering of the Caribbean nation, and you have come from far and wide to represent your communities. I wish to say, though, in respect to Barbados, and this is my mandate, to look at the role Barbados has played in all of this, so that as we celebrate the Barbados hosting of this festival, we are also celebrating the Caribbean journey. So allow me to say a few things about battleground Barbados, where the people on this island have fought their battle for Caribbean civilization. And I will begin by drawing attention to a 1960s conversation. It was a conversation between Gordon Lewis, one of our great historians of Caribbean development, and Kamau Brathwaite, the Pan-African poet of Barbados. And Gordon Lewis said in 1962, "Each time I think of Barbados, I think of Little England. I think of Little England." Kamau responded by saying to him, "Barbados is Little Ghana." And here we had two conceptions, Little England versus Little Ghana. And Kamau went on to say that, you know, when a people are oppressed, you never destroy their culture. They bury their culture in their hearts and in the soil, and they wait for the moment. And then you will see the emergence of that culture, brand new and intact. That's an important conversation. So let us say a few things about Barbados. Well, this is where the first genocide of Europe started, Barbados. When the British arrived here in 1627, the first report back to the king said the following: "We have arrived at the island called Barbados. We have surveyed it. There are no people on this island. It's an empty island. But Your Majesty, there are houses everywhere." And that is the first description in the English records, because the Spanish had been coming here for 100 years to kidnap the indigenous people and take them off to Mexico to work in the mines. The Portuguese were coming here to raise this island, kidnap the indigenous people, and take them to Brazil to work on the sugar plantations. And those who survived fled to St. Vincent. And this is why Ralph and Mia are indivisible, because of that history. Because the island of St. Vincent was where...
Hillary, just, you have to add one thing. I met her first when she was 14 years old at school. I was teaching here, I gave a lecture, and at the end of it, she came up to me. She peppered me with questions. Of course, I knew her father and Elombe. And she said, "I need your telephone number." In those days, there were no cell phones. I gave her my telephone number, she gave me her home number, and since she's 14, we are together. So,
thank you, Ralph. And so the African people in Barbados found freedom for the first time in St. Vincent. And there was a large African population marronage out of Barbados into St. Vincent, and that bond between Barbados and St. Vincent has been strong ever since. Now, Barbados, you must recall, was the first slave society in our region. So it was the site of the first genocide, and it became the site of the first slave society. This is where the British invented the concept of chattel slavery and built that model into Barbados. Barbados then became the home of the first chattel slave society in this hemisphere. And it is from Barbados that that model was exported across the hemisphere. Barbados therefore became the first society in our hemisphere where African people were in the majority. This is the first majority African society in the hemisphere. This is where Africa was embedded in a majority circumstance in Caribbean and American history. But there's more. Barbados became the first society in this hemisphere where women outnumbered men. From 1720 until today, women have been the majority in this island. Not surprising, we have a female prime minister and a female president. It's a reflection of that history. That this has long been a woman's society. And the history moves forward to give expression to that issue. There's also the matter of the first African definition of Barbados. We have on record a statement as early as 1694, where an African about to be boarded on a slave ship, the word has got back to Africa that they were heading out to Barbados, which was the biggest market for enslaved people. And the ship captain wrote that the Africans said, Barbados, we know, is a place worse than hell. That is the first black definition of Barbados, a place worse than hell, because that was the society the English had created on this island. And it's important, therefore, to recognize that while the English were calling Barbados Little England, the Africans had their own view of this island. And this is why we know two things. Chattel slavery was the most oppressive society the world had ever seen. The world had never seen anything like a society built on chattel slavery. And therefore, what resulted in that was the culture of struggle and resistance, because the African people never accepted that reality. Thus, a civilization built on resistance and survival. I will share another example. When the slave owners of Barbados asked the King of England for permission to invade a bigger island because Barbados had saturated with sugar and Africans, and they gave the Barbados slave owners permission to go and colonize Jamaica. Take it from the Spanish and colonize it. And in Speightstown, here, the invasion of Jamaica was organized by Thomas Modiford, who was the governor of Barbados, and they planned the invasion in his house in Speightstown. And they went to Jamaica, and they took Jamaica. And the slave owners of Barbados colonized Jamaica and took with them the enslaved Africans to Jamaica. But if you go through the records of the first decade of the Jamaican Assembly, there is a reference in 1664 by the Assembly that passed a law which said, and whereas the Africans brought from the island of Jamaica, of Barbados, have proven to be a bloody and perfidious people who have committed several murders upon the English community in Jamaica, it is now deemed that no African shall be further imported from that island. And that is important because those Barbadian Africans went to Jamaica, created one of the first maroon communities in the hills of St. Anne. And that is where they went, the hills of St. Anne. And it's those hills of St. Anne that have produced Marcus Garvey and Bob Marley and so on and so forth. Because the culture goes in a circle. The civilization goes in a circle. I will also add, in respect to Barbados, that this very oppressive place have become the heart of a part of the Caribbean struggle. The people of this island have decided that since Barbados was the most oppressive society in the world, it will become, in our charge, in our hands, the freest society in the world. In other words, we will take that history and turn it on its head, because that is our commitment to Caribbean civilization, that we will make Barbados a place where everyone could come and feel free, feel at home, walk the streets, walk the beaches, and feel free, because freedom is now the most important value within Barbadian society. And it's not surprising that our Prime Minister has taken up the battle to complete the decolonization process. Her decision to lead her government to make Barbados a republic comes against the background of that history, to complete the process of decolonization. And Caribbean civilization is demanding it. Barbados is playing its part. And there are two examples I wish to give by way of demonstrating the evil, the place worse than hell that we are trying to destroy. When the right excellent national hero of Barbados, Sarah Ann Gill, who was a colored woman and a preacher, gave a speech right here in Bridgetown, in which she said, "You cannot be a Christian and be a slave owner." And Sarah Ann Gill made that speech, gave that sermon in a society where all of the priests were slave owners. All of the priests were slave owners. And this young woman gave a speech that you cannot be a Christian and be an owner of slaves. And what happened to her? The slave owners of Barbados burnt her church to the ground. I want you to understand that Barbados was the only place in America where people burnt churches. So when you look at the history of Mississippi and Alabama, where they were burning churches for 200 years, it started here in Barbados, church burning. And we have to understand those issues. The second aspect of this is the Haitian Revolution. When the Haitians declared national independence on the 1st of January, 1804, which territory rose up as the first Caribbean territory to fight a revolution after the Haitians? Barbados. The people who the English thought had been broken, their spirits had been broken by slavery, the one society that took up the battle immediately after Haiti was Barbados. And yes, they killed 1,000 people in 3 days on this island for having the audacity of seeking to duplicate the Haitian Revolution. So yes, Barbados had been a critical part of the journey of Caribbean civilization. And Barbados has been a battleground in much the same way that Jamaica has been a battleground, St. Vincent a battleground for the indigenous people, and all of the islands have been playing their part. Barbados has also been a battleground in the struggle for Caribbean freedom. And I will end with this observation. We are here at the site of the 1937 battleground. The 1937 battleground, when the most remarkable thing happened here in Barbados. The Marcus Garvey movement felt that Barbados was slipping behind. Barbados was slipping behind in its agitation against colonization. And the Marcus Garvey movement in Trinidad dispatched a young man by the name of Clement Payne. He was born in Barbados, he was raised in Trinidad, and the Marcus Garvey Society dispatched Clement Payne to go home to Barbados where you were born and fight to rebuild the struggle here in Barbados. And this young man arrived from Port of Spain, and in 3 months had mobilized an island-wide campaign against colonization and gave some of his finest speeches here on this ground. He was a very young man, but yet articulate, committed, brilliant, and he led the transformation that is now the modern Barbados. And I'm honored again to be on the platform with Prime Minister Motley. I too knew her as a young woman, like Clement Payne. A young woman, young, surprisingly young, but with a brilliant mind, tremendous appetite for knowledge, deeply committed to the Caribbean people and Caribbean civilization. And she said, I will do what I have to do to keep Barbados in the mainstream of Caribbean civilization, and Barbados will do its part for the people of the Caribbean. And her revival of the Republican campaign was timely. I wish to end with one issue of responsibility for Mayor. Yes, she has confronted the world of economic injustice on behalf of all Caribbean peoples. That's the struggle that Michael Manley had driven for many years, but somehow they were able to drive Prime Minister Manley out of office. They will not drive Mayor Motley out of office because she has the goodwill of the entire Caribbean. And that final struggle is to let us complete the decolonization process. There are still colonies in the Caribbean, and we are intolerant of the existence of colonies in our Caribbean civilization. There are still islands that are pleading their allegiance to foreign powers. Recently, the students in one of those colonies was told by their government, go to England and get your education, because it is cheaper for you to go to England than to go to UWI, which is your university. But that is colonization. And guess what? We need, in the Dutch-speaking territories, in the French-speaking territories, and I feel offended when I arrive in Martinique to meet my colleagues in Martinique and I see a sign at the airport which says, "Welcome to France." I personally find that offensive. So we have to end this colonization, because the Caribbean was where European colonization started. It started here in the Caribbean. And the process is not complete. For us to be fully free, totally free, we must end colonization of our people and our societies. And that is the battleground which is left for all of us in the promotion of the Caribbean nation and Caribbean civilization. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Beckles. You've given us the historical landscape. You've talked about all of the various influences, the struggles, particularly here in Barbados, and the struggles that continue. I want to turn to June Suma, and she has spent a significant time recently with the people of African descent. She was the chair of the public forum. And I want to ask her, in relation to the diaspora, in relation to our relations with Africa, the Caribbean exists not only within our geographic borders, but we have communities all over the world. In North America, in Europe. What role does the Caribbean diaspora play in shaping and sustaining the Caribbean civilization? How important is migration now, and what's the relationship with the Caribbean civilization and our outreach with the African diaspora as well?
Thank you very much, Chair. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just when you thought women spoke a lot. Yes, thank you. I would like to answer this question in a very roundabout way, because I believe that Caribbean civilization starts with the people, not with the systems, not with the policies. It starts with the people. And so, to give myself a little bit of legitimacy with regard to being on this panel full of Barbadians and Barbadian connections, I want to tell you how my concept of civilization started. As a young child, I was very much included in a Barbadian society that lived outside of Barbados. So there was, up to about 5 years ago, a small house on Crumpton Street, right opposite the Harrison College gate, where my 3 old aunts who died Mom died at 94, Auntie Constance died at 96, and Aunt Viola died at 103. These 3 entrepreneurial women traveled the seas between St. Lucia and Barbados, trading. And so I came to understand Caribbean civilization as a young child as something that gave us a certain amount of freedom of movement. And so we became these people who could never stay still, not because we lived on a small island like Barbados of 166 square miles, or on one of St. Lucia, 238 square miles, which is where I lived, but because we were taken away from something and we continued to search for that something ourselves as a people. So when enslaved people run away from plantations into maroon societies, they try to recreate the civilization that they knew. They try to recreate African civilizations in various parts of the Caribbean. And that is very important for us to know, because the first major revolution, successful revolution, the Haitian Revolution, embedded in their constitution that said, any enslaved person who reached our shores would become free and would become a citizen. So you understand that, that one of the determinants of Caribbean civilization must be freedom of movement. And freedom of movement in all of its dimensions, because it ensures that there's a certain amount of self-determination. You are creating what you want to create, not what has been imposed on you. And so these are my concepts on which I based my notion of Caribbean civilization. But more than that, even more than that, when these aunts came back to St. Lucia, they always came back with things, trinkets, clothes for us, etc., etc. And we knew that in Barbados, there was a better standard of living. And so for me, Caribbean civilization must be about the standard of living that we create for our people, if we are putting them at the center. And even if they were in Barbados, and the community I lived in, as I said, had Barbadian people as well as St. Lucians who mixed with them, and would come to Barbados, and after 2 weeks they would come back with that God blimey accent. And they would make sure that we understood that there was an education system in Barbados that afforded women, because these were women. And Sir Hilary talked about women and the fact that Barbados had the most women in the society. But Barbados has afforded women an education at a time when most of us were still struggling with adult suffrage. And so Barbados became a model for our community. And as I said, civilization must start at the level of the community. I think that Black Stalin says it very well when he speaks about the Caribbean man and the fact that we must have a common intention for a better life in the region. That Caribbean unity cannot be created without a knowledge of your history. And Caribbean civilization cannot be created without understanding who we are, so that we can build that kind of identity. And because I already complained about the length of time that men spoke, let me go to my final issue, which is about the issue of decolonization. And because I am a Caribbean woman, because I have worked throughout the region, decolonization is a very important thing to me, because I go to these islands that are still colonized, and I hear the conversation, and Prime Minister Motley always quotes the song by Bob Marley, which says, "Decolonize yourself from mental slavery." And we have to, it is our duty, if we are building a Caribbean civilization, to ensure that there is equality and equity built into that concept. And we have countries that do not have that ability. We have not even afforded them that ability at the level of CARICOM, because we have continued with the colonial premise that they are less than us. And we allow them into our mix of Caribbean unity as associate members. What is an associate member? They are members. And I am saying that it is us in the independent countries who must recognize that we cannot have a Caribbean civilization with people who are less than us. We are creating equality and equity. We have taken a long time to remove the chains that bound us. And Barbados is the example for all of us, as we have said, because it is now a republic. And so my challenge, of course, is to Barbados. I'm sorry, Prime Minister. But my challenge is to Barbados to ensure that the rest of the flags, like the Union Jack that you gave back to the Queen, that you must remove the flag of the Dutch from the region, that we must remove the flag of the French from the region, and that we must make sure that because we have now made friends with our enslavers, that we have not forgotten the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suma. Dr. Suma, took me back to a conversation I have with my staff from time to time, because in the conversation about free movement, I've been known to tell them that there was a time when we moved freely. And I tell my own story because my grandparents were from Jamaica. They just got on a boat and went. And there was nobody to say you had to. There was no immigration proceedings at all. And in fact, they did not come directly to Belize. They went to Mexico. My dad happened to have been born in Cozumel. And it was okay for them to move at that time because although the colonizers fought at the level of the empires, they allowed people to move. And so they moved there, and then they moved from there and went to Belize. And that's on my dad's side. On my mom's side, people came up from Nicaragua and ended up in Belize, and so there are family connections and so there was a time when we moved freely, not only among the British Caribbean countries, but among all countries. And there must be ways in which we can work through getting back to a place where it is not only possible, but it is desirable for us to be able to do that. And so we need to work on that, not only within CARICOM, but generally among our countries in the Caribbean area. And PM Motley, I'm asking you now, on the basis of that little history that many of us in this region have with our family relations coming from different places, but we are not teaching this to our children. Our children are not aware that there was a time when this was possible. So I'm going to ask you, I know you're a former Minister of Education as well, so what is it that we are not doing right as a region in terms of educating our children about our history? What is it that we need to do to bring those stories alive to how it was so we know how it can be? What do we need to do with our education system, not only here in Barbados, but regionally, to allow it to be more transformative, to allow it to be more real and have the kind of results that we want?
Thank you very much. And June, I want to say up front, it may not be a gender thing, so let me talk. First of all, let me add to where SGU started, because my mother's father left here and went to Grenada and married a Grenadian. They came back here. They had 2 children born in Barbados. They left here. He was a photographer, by the way. And they left here, went to Guadeloupe, and had 2 children born in Guadeloupe. They left Guadeloupe and went to St. Martin and had 1 child born in St. Martin. And they left on the Dutch side. And then they left St. Martin and went to Aruba. And my mother and another brother and sister were born in Aruba. And they eventually came back here after 25 years of roaming the Caribbean. He eventually came back here and had his studios all across Bridgetown. They went to Dutch territories, they went to French territories, they went to English territories. In my family alone, I have first cousins whose first language is Dutch, not English. Something has to be fundamentally wrong with a Caribbean that in the 3rd decade of the 21st century still defines itself by imperial demarcations that are not born of our culture and our reality. And it is only us. It is only us who can change it. And so Hillary, I want to thank you and June for raising the issue. And I want to adopt all that Ralph said in terms of the context of the shaping of civilization. Now, what are we up against? Education has been seen in this country, Barbados, as the means by which poverty can be pushed back. If you ask a Bajan what are the 2 most important, in fact, 3 most important things. 1, getting an education for the children. 2, owning a piece of the rock. And 3, don't unfair nobody. Bajans have a keen sense of social justice and that humanizing element that is absolutely necessary, and largely because of the kind of oppression that we would have seen in our modern settlement post 1627. My fear is that just like the story in the Bible with Adam and Eve, that the temptation of easy living, the temptation of comfort, the temptation of individualism satisfying you instantly and even in the medium to long term has dulled the senses of many of our people. And when that is combined with a lack of an appropriate sensitization and education and empowerment of people, we run the risk of being recolonized again. The reality is that is why, as recent as the heads of government meeting, I called for us to start to take control over how information is generated and how it is disseminated. And that the day that we don't control the technology that allows that to happen is the day that we become subject to the wills of other people. So that you have a smart city, you have smart grids, you have all of these smart things that can become ignorant with the turning of a switch. And one man owning all of this, whether through Starlink or Linkstar, whatever you want to call it, can immediately change the condition. Not that I'm imputing bad motive to him, because I'm not. But I'm stating vulnerability of us. And if we are truly to be sovereign nations, the first thing we must recognize is that the Armada is not coming. The flotillas are not coming. They're not dropping people in the center of the careenage there to be distributed in Barbados and other islands as slaves. They are coming straight into your heads and your minds. Just now, I went and looked when Hillary was talking, and I asked a simple question: what other laws in the Americas were inspired by the Barbados Slave Code of 1661? Where I'm sitting, I'm watching the Tower of Parliament with the flag. And when Hillary talked about the obligation to pay forward, that obligation to pay forward comes from the awful horror of having led the world in the Americas with the worst piece of legislation that has ever been passed by any parliament, any part, because it effectively denied the humanity of Africans and made them chattel. When I asked that question, Microsoft Copilot immediately answered, and it started with South Carolina 1696, and it had Jamaica next. And in 3 seconds, as I went to scroll, it removed it. And it said, I'm afraid I cannot talk about that topic. Sorry about that. I then went and asked again, give me the slave code of South Carolina. It started to give it to me and tell me how it was based on Barbados. And in 3 seconds again, I'd really like to help. But it seems that this topic is off limits for me. Sorry for that. I went to Perplexity, another AI platform, and mercifully, they answered. I give that example that is literally real time to show you the vulnerability of which I spoke. And this region has to face a few realities that regrettably I'm not sure we are facing as frontally and as comprehensively as we should. One, we are not in a position to control our destiny if we want to do it individually and without understanding the importance of common action and common purpose through the Caribbean community and the functional cooperation that it allows each of us. Two, that we, with the exception of Haiti, are all underpopulated. And yet, I am not an economist, but the factors of economic growth and development relate to what? Capital. What about labor? If you're underpopulated, how do you expect to be able to meet that ability, to be able to have the growth that can transform the quality of life of which June spoke? And to my SG, you know my view, that we are years behind in establishing a regional population commission that allows the Caribbean to be able to forge its destiny, not by accident or serendipity or because somebody else wants to oppress us, but because we are shaping and forming our own destiny deliberately. Thirdly, that without the Education Transformation Commission, that changes our educational system from simply providing knowledge which can be searched on depending on which platform you now use and what algorithms are there, but you can find knowledge generally. But where we are losing it is in the inculcation of values and attitudes and the provision of the requisite skills, and then the insistence on the habit that leads to excellence and to compassion. Those things don't happen by accident, but they become the actions and efforts every day. If we do it, they then become habit for us. My fear is that unless we root our people with these things, the things that led to Caribbean resilience for centuries will not provide for a resilient population going forward. And if our people can easily be swayed by food that's sweet, because sweet food isn't necessarily good for you, especially if you take it enough. Bitter is better. Secondly, if we only feel that everything we do is driven by our individual approach to life, and we're looking in a phone all of the time, how are we going to find the collective purpose to build the movements that are necessary to advance the quality of life in these countries and to ensure that we do not become pawns of another civilization who are simply trying to be able to dominate across the board? Thirdly, if we do not teach each other to respect each other, to care for each other, the golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, the ability to disagree without being disagreeable in small spaces, if these things are not part and parcel of small group development all across the region, then you're going to get the dissonance that leads to the conflict, that leads to the violence. And in the days where automatic guns are easier to catch than a 2x3 piece of wood, then you're going to have the reality of persons being the victims of that automatic gun violence across our societies. Guns do not walk, guns do not talk, but they are strong as technology. And without gunpowder, Europe could not have taken down Africa. So can you imagine what it will do to these islands and to these states in this region if we do not get on top of it? I say these things because our people have the ability to rise above it. Our history requires it of us. We know what has happened in the past, but we must not be lured, as Eve was in the Bible, into a sense of satisfaction and a sense of comfort such that we forget the common mission and the common approach that requires all of us together. Democracy, as we know it, is also at risk. And the reality is that it is at risk because we have moved from broadcasting to narrowcasting. We have created powers and technologies that are available in people's hands, whether it is a phone or a gun, that immediately changes the balance of power in societies. And what we need to do is to recognize that the state is at risk. And why? If the only place you can start to shape values in a society now becomes the school, because the people who used to watch the common television station ain't doing so no more. The people who used to listen to the radio stations together or the newspaper ain't doing it. And I'm not talking about Barbados. Let's take the US. In the US, you had ABC, NBC, CBS, PBS. Now you have narrowcasting, so that the state can no longer influence people en masse other than in the school system. You can't do it in the church because we have religious diversity. You can't do it in other areas because you don't have that common aggregation. Now, what does that mean? that there is a risk and a temptation that the state will want to strengthen itself to control the society by power rather than by influence. That is the balance and that is the risk that we as Caribbean states have to watch. And this morning I spoke to the Vice Chancellor. The government of Barbados feels so strongly about this that we want to work with the University of the West Indies to establish here at Cave Hill the Caribbean Institute for Democracy and Political Governance, because we believe that in the same way that our Caribbean civilization has played a marked role in helping to identify the battles of the world that have been oppressive and tyrannical and trying to fight against it, and at the same time given the world an example of how people of different races and religions can live together, relatively speaking, in the same common space without massive bloodshed. We believe that we need to institutionalize that story and those teachings and to give the world that very example at the time when the world needs it more than ever in this madness of geopolitical strife, in this madness of conflict in almost every area. And it is against that backdrop that we hope that the gathering of ships in the Southern Caribbean will not mean that this is a foreteller of conflict in this region, because we are adamant about one thing across all Caribbean states, that the Caribbean must remain a zone of peace, having been a theater of conflict and iniquity for far too long. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Prime Minister Motley. And using the prerogative of the chair, this is why Prime Minister Motley is held in such high regard, not only in the Caribbean region, but globally. Because in a nutshell, she brought it all together about why we need to fix our education system. So, for example, we stopped quarreling about which colonizer was better. You know, we think that ours was better than the one over there. We really ought to be talking about how, as descendants of colonizers, all of us, it shouldn't matter what language we speak, because our experience was the same. So I want to pay enough respect to Prime Minister Motley. I want to ask PM Gonzalez to wrap up his conversation on Caribbean civilization, how it is evolving, and what role he sees in the cooperation, collaboration among nations, the integration that we're trying to build. How can we elevate, how can we strengthen that to ensure that it is supportive of the evolving Caribbean civilization, bringing everybody around the table?
Thank you. First of all, we need to recognize that any civilization which has to be sustained requires a material base appropriate to the purpose, which means that we must have the requisite economic arrangements in place and the levels of productivity. So that's first of all. You can't have a civilization which is not sustainable in an economic sense. Secondly, what emerges is that we have shared experiences, but those shared experiences must be structured institutionally into shared expressions. That is why we have the OECS, that's why we have CARICOM, that's why we have the ALBA, the Association of Caribbean States, CELAC, and the like. So that's second, is very important. Thirdly, what is the purpose of all of this? The purpose really, in the final analysis, is to make a whole daughter and a whole son out of the history of compromises which have made us. I'm not saying that we must make a perfect daughter and a perfect son. It's a whole one. You can be imperfect, but yet whole. And how are we going to do this? We first of all have to ask our mother and our father. We have to ask our grandparents, and we have to ask our daughter and our son. We have to ask, why is it that we speak in a language in which we do not necessarily think? We have to ask ourselves how the whole thing runs. And finally, to understand how the whole thing runs, you have to come home to yourself. We have to come home to ourselves. A recognition that while we are not better than anyone, no one is better than us. We have to appreciate that we, all of us, in the civilization, on the sustainable economic base, we are all time. But only the future is ours to desecrate, because the present is the past. And of course, as the ladies would say, the past is our father's mischiefs. A little bit to the mothers too, but largely the fathers. We have to know how to interface well with the external world. We have to understand the sea. An island and seaboard civilization has to focus very much on the sea and the resources of the sea, including the resources of the deep seabed, which is the next frontier. Spaces, but beyond that, the resources of the sea. In Jamaica, we have the International Seabed Authority. We don't make enough use of what we have in our own domain. I want to suggest too that we need to put together in every single territory, every country in CARICOM, in the region, in CELAC, an advisory, a science and advanced technology advisory council, a science advisory advanced technology brains trust. You put it together. We have to join with the young people who are addressing this technology in order to fuel our further advancement and our further development, always remaining true to our tried and tested uplifting values of our Caribbean civilization, which is a civilization of nobility. And the mayor spoke towards a number of issues, even at the local level, and the individualism is important, and we have to protect the individualism. But the individualism cannot be, for our civilization, what I call an atomized individualism. It has to be a social individualism. And the social individualism is built through solidarity. Without solidarity, we cannot optimally advance our civilization. And as we have seen here today, the women, in addition to the young, are vital in this. In the early 1940s, something which was written by a Barbadian poet, an extraordinary man, Hilton Vaughan, and in using the Caribbean woman as a synonym for what is magnificent in our civilization, we are redefining ourselves as we came out of the 1930s anti-colonial uprisings. And he says very pointedly to a beautiful Caribbean woman, which represents, as I say, it's a metaphor for the further ennoblement of our civilization. Turn sideways now and let them see what loveliness escapes the schools. Then turn again and smile and be the perfect answer to those fools who always prate of Greece and Rome, the face that launched 1,000 ships and such like things. But keep tight lips for burnished beauty nearer home, our Caribbean civilization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister.
If I may, very quickly, I'm going to have a closing point here, but I think it may appropriately come after Ralph. Our problem is scale. If we don't have scale across our countries, we will not have the transformation. And it bothers me deeply that we're not yet at a stage where we recognize that we're going to have to use different media to reach people. It's no sense quarreling about the fact that the people out there and they're listening to the things that we want them to listen to. Last Saturday, I brought together Machel Montano, Atikan, Mikey Bennett from Jamaica, and a number of songwriters and artists in Barbados. Because ultimately, our preachers, our teachers, our politicians were the ones who carried sway in the past. But the people who carry the greatest sway today, whether we like it or not, and who have not necessarily come to the task of leadership willingly, are our artists and our sportsmen. They are global movers. Nobody asks them for a visa when they're good. They're allowed to move. I believe that we are not using them sufficiently in this Caribbean civilization. And Akeem said it at the beginning in his wonderful spoken word. To be able to get into the schools, I want to salute the students of Grantley Adams Memorial, of Springer Memorial and Queen's College, who are all here this morning, and Harrison College. And I want to be able to salute the 300 or so young people from the region who came in on the Prime Minister's Jamboree for Carifesta, because they just become part and parcel of the army to be able to bring the rest of Caribbean people along. We have to have scale. And people may say many things about Fidel, but Fidel articulated a clear pathway for the civilization of the Cuban people. Where Cuba has fallen, as Ralph made the point, you can't have a successful civilization if your economy is being undermined. So that the process of education is not where they faltered. It is the process by which they can support their people with food and medicine and different other things. And it is as a result of the fact that a prison wall has been placed around them with the sanctions that have been there for over 6 decades, which quite frankly are nothing short of criminal. Now we can speak of the modern things today, and I've spoken about the genocide in Israel. I've spoken about the absence of attention on Sudan while focusing on Ukraine. I've spoken this morning about the need to make sure that the Caribbean does not become the next theater. But the reality of what is happening in Cuba is still before our very eyes, and it is wrong. Now, we, however, have to make sure that we don't lose our way. And the quickest way to make sure we don't lose our way is to get the scale, to get the majority of our people sensitized. And in a time when there is narrowcasting and not broadcasting, it becomes even more challenging. We need to change the modalities and use those who already command their attention and their ear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PM Motley. I want to invite both Ambassador Suma.
And this is why Barbados is hosting Carifesta and building out the heritage economy and doing all of the things. There will be economic benefits, but more than the economic benefits, it is about trying to get scale in the mental emancipation of our region.
Thank you very much. I would want to invite Ambassador Suma and then Professor Beckles to give your closing, and then we will wrap this up as we've effectively run out of time, but we will. It's an excellent conversation.
Thank you very much, Chair. One of the challenges that we face comes from the fact that we don't see ourselves as a collective. And we continue to allow those on the outside not to view us as a collective. In fact, at the various tables that I sit within the United Nations, they have refused to accept that people of African descent are a collective. And we have to fight for that, because yes, we are individuals, but we are also a collective, and that is what will help us to develop our Caribbean civilization. I am an ardent pan-Caribbeanist. My family comes from everywhere, like prime ministers in the Caribbean. My nieces and nephews are married to every different people in the region. When we have a family reunion, it is like a CARICOM government meeting. So I am an ardent pan-Caribbeanist. And it tells me also that we cannot build on our notions of a global Africa, which is what we are part of, without consolidating who we are as a people in the Caribbean. We can have that reconnection, but to make it sustainable, we must understand who we are as a Caribbean people. And so let me thank everybody for this opportunity to be on this esteemed panel, Prime Minister especially, and I look forward to us continuing this conversation with the people as we go along. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Beckles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The one element I wish I could have opined upon as a part of Caribbean civilization is the issue of our multi-plural, multiracial, multicultural civilization.
And additionally, cricket.
Yes. Because Prime Minister Motley mentioned the 1661 Slave Code, as the British called it, where the Parliament of Barbados in that building over there had a special session and came up with a law that said the following: from here on in, all Africans arriving on this island shall be deemed as property, chattel, and real estate for those who have purchased them and for the heirs indefinitely. That was a law. That law was then passed through almost every other colony in this hemisphere, but it was conceptualized and legislated in that building. That African people are not human beings. They are property. And they shall be subject to all the features of property. Meaning, you could buy them, you could sell them, you could purchase them, you can mortgage them, you can use them as currency, you can use them as collateral for contract purposes. All the features of property shall now be applicable. It is nothing more than a miracle that those of us who are the descendants of that law and that history have come to the moment of realization where we say, no, all people are equal and their humanity shall be protected, and that we, the black people, are the ones who are saying that. We are saying that we're going to turn that history around, and we should define all people as human beings with equal rights, and no one should be treated, as Prime Minister Motley says, no one should be treated unfairly. As proof of that, let me tell you how the CARICOM Reparations Commission was established. Ralph Gonzalez placed a proposal before the heads of governments asking for the establishment of a CARICOM Reparations Commission to speak about injustice and repair. Ralph Gonzalez is a poor white indenture from Portugal, a Portuguese indentured servant coming here and giving us a prime minister. Sitting in the chair of that heads of governments meeting was Kamla Bissessar, a Hindu indentured servant from India whose parents came to Trinidad, grandparents to find work. So here we have it, a reparations commission proposed by a poor white and endorsed by a Hindu princess
who said,
and still a poor white.
Who said, I want every head of CARICOM to approve this, and all the governments of CARICOM took direction from the Hindu princess of Trinidad to pass the proposal. So here we are, black people, with our reparations commission conceptualized and approved by a Hindu and a Portuguese. But we're all fighting for the same cause and purpose, and I want to emphasize that. So that I want to develop the point Prime Minister Motley says, that we are committed to our Caribbean civilization as a place where everyone should be treated fairly and justly, irrespective of their race, color, or class, because this is the fundamental feature of Caribbean civilization. And my thing is not working very well, and it gives me an opportunity to quote Bob Marley. The first time I saw Bob Marley was in Jamaica in 1979, 45 something years ago. And Bob Marley came on stage, and the system was not working. And he became frustrated, and he said, have you noticed that every time poor people come together to have a nice time, the sound man does mess up things?
I must defend them. Even though I heckle them all, I must defend them. They have done a fantastic job, and I want to thank them. And let me just say this. I hope you very much appreciate that the category poor white is not an ethnic concept, it's a sociological and social concept. Because if you look in the birth certificates from the period of the 19th century, they used to put ethnicity. They had white. They had Portuguese or Madeiran. They had Coolie. They had Negro or Olia nigger. They had mix. It's amazing what we all had to go through, you know. But we have gone through all of it. And we have come out where we are among the best run nations in the entire world. As an integrated whole, as a creolized people with either high or very high levels of human development. We ain't do too bad at all. And sometimes we beat up on ourselves. But I think this is the time at Carifesta that we must celebrate what we have.
That's true.
And lift it higher. I want to thank Mia and the government of Barbados. I wrote her a letter because I heard rumblings that some people were saying, as also in St. Vincent, we sent here nearly 150 persons. And there are always persons who say, how much this thing costs? Why you didn't use the money for the poor? Well, you know, Mia, there was a feast. We ain't talking the civilization or talking about the civilization and Carifesta together. There was a feast 2 days. A meeting 2 days before the Feast of the Unleavened Bread. This is a Jewish festival, just like we have a festival here. Christ was at Bethany, at the home of Simon the leper. The disciples were gathered there. A lady turned up with an alabaster box. That's Mia. She turned up with an alabaster box, and inside of it were expensive perfumes. And she chose to anoint Christ with the perfumes. Now, there's a man, Judas, who was there. And Judas led the battle against this woman and said, listen, this thing is a whole year's man's wages for this thing. And you come in and waste it, it should have been given to the poor. And Christ reproached those who are speaking like that and said, the poor you would always have with you. And you can do something about it. But for the moment, let us show some love, which is what we are showing here for one another. And chapter 14 of the book of Mark ended, and Judas Iscariot left and went to see the high priest Caiaphas in a conspiracy to kill Christ, for which he received 30 pieces of silver. So anytime you hear somebody want to stop us celebrating our civilization and our culture, remember that. And remember Judas. Thank you very much.
And SG, may I say, as I hand over to you, we experienced that when we chose to remove a derelict NIS building from this site and to relocate the Barbados Fire Service. Because for too many years, Bajans did not know where Golden Square was, irrespective of the fact that Golden Square was the place of the rebellion of the 20th century that led to the establishment of our first political party within months, just a few hundred meters from here, that led to the establishment of the Barbados Workers' Union within 4 years thereafter, and that effectively led to the modern Barbados. And that is why this conversation in Carifesta 15, 87 years after people lost their lives on this site and across Bridgetown, would be the most appropriate place for us to recommit to democracy, recommit to Caribbean civilization, recommit to putting our people above all else in all that we do. The only problem that we have is to bring scale to the equation and not just look at the economic prosperity, but the mental and psychological strength that is needed for that solidarity of which Ralph spoke. So I hope that the rest of you have a wonderful Carifesta 15. I'm told that the place mashed up last night in Botanical Gardens. I'm told that the fashion show is on Broad Street. So if you're left in Golden Square, make it to Broad Street and see the beauty and flair. If I was David Rudder, I would sing about the Caribbean woman in Bacchanal Lady, but I cannot. So over to you, SG.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prime Ministers and other distinguished panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you will agree that we have heard powerful reflections today on the complexity, creativity, and resilience of Caribbean civilization, from our histories of struggle to our vibrant cultural forms, from our intellectual traditions to our diasporic connections. We can conclude that the idea of Caribbean civilization is about where we've come from, who we are, and where we are moving ourselves forward as great cultural icons from Jamaica, Rex Nettleford, from America, African American, James Baldwin, both reminded us, if we know from whence we came, there is no limit to where we can go. On behalf of the organizers, I want to thank you for starting this big conversation. We are anticipating that the run of the conversations will be excellent, and we're looking forward to it in Carifesta henceforth. Thank you, audience, for your engagement. Thank you, everybody. Have a great Carifesta.
Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for the Honorable Mia Amor Motley, the Prime Minister of Barbados. Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dr. June Suma, a historian and diplomat, Sir Hilary Beckles, the Vice Chancellor of the UWI, and our moderator, Her Excellency Dr. Carla Barnett, Secretary General of CARICOM. Since the start of this event, a number of cabinet ministers and ministers of government of Barbados have joined us, and we want to acknowledge them. Let's give them a round of applause. Just letting you know that the Grand Market opens this evening at 7 p.m., so head on down to the Carifesta Village in Waterford. That's where we're going to kick things off. And then you can join us for Bermuda Night. That's happening at 7 p.m. right here at Golden Square. It is free and full of island vibes, so come on down to Bermuda Night tonight at 7 p.m. right here at Golden Square, Freedom Park. And you can rise with the sun tomorrow morning for the Holy Train, featuring Jonathan Butler, gospel artist. It's going to be a powerful sunrise experience starting at 6 a.m. at the Carifesta Village and Grand Market in Waterford. And now introduce Mahalia Cummins. She's going to give us a beautiful rendition of Big Love, Eternal Summer, and Let It Go.
Could see me fly to Caribbean skies, land safe in a place that is paradise. Oh, that's how I'll always come home, where the people are my heart and soul, and I can never feel alone. And every time that I go, so excited every time that I hear your name, Barbados, my heart just belong there. My heart just belong there. Break down any wall, any barricade, for another homeland I will never trade. Barbados, my heart just belong there. Little island, big, big love, that's what never go away. Never go away. Little island, big, big love, that's what never go away. Never go away. Of a people you can't destroy, no, we can't destroy. Let me tell you, Barbados, on my heart burn like a flame for you. Go anywhere, I will always return to you. Yeah, yeah, listen here to me. All my love, you will always be dear to me. All my life, every time that I go, excited every time that I hear your name. Barbados, my heart just belong there. My heart just belong there. Break down any wall, any barricade, for another homeland I will never trade. Barbados, my heart just belong there. A little island, big, big love, that will never go away. Oh, it will never go away. This little island, big, big love, that will never go away. Never go away. Everybody not here for Carifesta? In my heart forever, I love you forever. You are in my heart forever. I love you forever. You are in my heart forever. I love you forever. You are in my heart forever. I love you every time that I go. Excited every time that I hear your name. Barbados, my heart just belong there. My heart just belong there. Break down any wall, any barricade, for another homeland I will never trade. Barbados, my heart just belong So as you go where you're going now from here, I can send you on your way with positive energy. If you were at the opening ceremony last night, you would have heard this one. So now you're gonna hear it in its entirety. So just feel free to free up yourself and let it go, right? Let me go. Hey, stand firm like a soldier, the world on your shoulder, you're feeling like the boat sinking. March out, no time to hesitate, got to open the gate, it's time to stop thinking. You can be who you wanna be, fly like the birds and the bees. One bad mind philosophy, bounce and shock out, let me see. Woo! Don't you know when the stakes are high, you still get low, yeah. And don't you know when the chips are down, you still let go, yeah. Just lively up yourself, show me you know. Shout out the anthem, oh, shout out the anthem, oh. When I'm ready, let it, let it, let it, let it, lift up. I said you gotta rip up, flip up. See the people out there, tear the strip up, never trip up. Gotta put your cup up, walk up. Are we gonna lock the block up? Take it and shake it in here and outside in the alley. Here we so wide awake, we about to get rowdy. When you're ready to escape, just popping your mixtape. You rocking the streets of cars in an earthquake. Don't you know when the stakes are high, you still get low? And don't you know when the chips are down, you still let go? Lively up yourself, show me you know. Shout out the anthem, hey. Just shout out the anthem, hey. When I'm ready, let it, let it, let it, let it, let it, let me do it, Carifesta. Original swing, it's such a beautiful thing. No imitation. Do whatever you want. We do whatever we want. No limitation. No, we don't care if you just want to dance. We know that this could be our last chance. Bounce to the groove, ready to move. Time to decide if you win or you lose. Don't you know when the stakes are high, you still get low? Don't you know when the chips are down, you still let go? Just lively up yourself, show me you know. Shout out the anthem, oh, just shout out the anthem. Last time, when I'm ready, let it, let it, let it, let it, let it, let have a wonderful day, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy the rest of Carifesta 15 from Barbados with love.
at culture and climate change. Two things that persons might have a bit of difficulty putting together, but we're looking forward to an exciting discussion and really insightful perspectives and reflections. So I am ably joined on this panel by, I'm just going to make sure I get right, Amanda T. McIntyre, Suzanne Burke, and Alana Brooks. So Alana Brooks has a deep connection with nature, a fascination with avant-garde creatives, and a strong belief in the power of civic engagement to define the interest in her as an architectural designer. These passions are not just abstract ideals, they are reflected in every aspect of her academic, personal, and professional life. Alana holds a BSc in Social Sciences from the University of West Indies and a Master of Architecture from the University of Toronto. She continues to contribute to the academic community as an instructor at two Barbados tertiary education institutions, which is BCC, the Barbados Community College, within the Division of Technology and the Division of Fine Arts, and the Samuel Jackson Prescott Institute of Technology within the Building Studies Division. I'm also joined by Suzanne Burke. Suzanne Burke is a cultural studies scholar whose work employs the domain of culture as a pathway to Caribbean socio-economic transformation. Her research focuses on Caribbean culture, carnival, industries and culture, creative entrepreneurship, and management, as these relate to the development and evaluation of cultural practices and programs. She is a dedicated teacher who employs radical pedagogies to create epistemologies about cultural studies, arts-based practice, and creative entrepreneurship. She's worked extensively with a wide cross-section of public sector enterprises, civil society organizations, and private agencies in the areas of strategic planning, human resource development, policy analysis, cultural sector mapping and planning, and audience impact analysis. Ms. Amanda T. McIntyre is a Trinidadian writer, artist, and scholar. She is the 2025 Tilton Access Fellow. Her project, Present Continuous, explores Caribbean architectural and sartorial cultures, towards developing a sustainable practice of archiving contemporary Caribbean masquerades. She is also the creative director and principal designer at Doddy Mass Visual and Performing Arts Company. McIntyre's visual art and scholarship focuses on the baby doll masquerade that was historically presented as abandoned and destitute. However, after more than 15 years of intervention, the masquerade was revised into a self-possessed person who exercises political agency in the interest of herself and her child. Following this critical cultural shift, interpretations of the art form expanded to include a range of expressions that veer away from what was previously called traditional to what McIntyre identifies as the contemporary Caribbean baby doll masquerade. Her essays about this phenomenon have been published in Tooth Moon, Caribbean Journal of Cultural Studies, and Caribbean Quality. Welcome, Ms. Brooks, Dr. Burke, and Ms. McIntyre. Welcome to this conversation. It also behooves me, of course, to welcome Premier Wheatley of the British Virgin Islands. Pleased to have you here, sir. And we're looking forward to an exciting conversation. So if you're looking at this online, live, or if you're looking at this after the event is finished, we are still very happy to have you here with us. And so this is how this conversation is going to go. I'm going to give each panelist 15 minutes to introduce their topic. Now, we actually have less time, I just realized, so I'm going to give each panelist 10 minutes. But I mean, I am flexible. So they each prepared 15-minute presentations, actually, so go for it, and let's go with it as we can. But if you can't keep it to 10, that would be appreciated. Then I'm going to say a few words. I'll probably say less on my end. And then we're going to, if there are any interventions from the audience, we'll take those as well. And we're going to have a conversation, and then we'll close. Right, so that's how this is going to go. So I'm going to actually jump right in by handing over the floor to Ms. Alana Brooks.
Okay, so good afternoon. I'm so honored to be here. So I'm Alana Brooks. I'm an architectural designer, as Caron had mentioned, and also an educator, I would say, a bit of an explorer. So the images that I'm thinking that you're able to see are all images which I have put together. I guess I would like to believe that I'm multifaceted. So, so outside of architecture, as you know, you might just assume that architecture is about building, about designing buildings. I'm into art, collages, drawing, and so on. So all of what you're going to see are things that I have put together. So first off, so I want to, again, stress that from my perspective, that architecture is not just a technical practice, right? It is an art form from my perspective, and that's how I approach the field, and that's how I hope to continue to position myself. And so when it came to this talk, I thought that this was really how I would be approaching this conversation, the idea of how architecture is not just a technical thing, but it's about culture. It's a cultural and ethical act, right? And in terms of climate change and the challenges that we are experiencing, architecture has a lot to offer in terms of the conversation. When it comes to change and when it comes to identity and culture. So architecture is not just about buildings, it's about people, identity, and the environments that shape us. So on the screen, you're seeing this word statelessness, right? And statelessness essentially was a concept that was proposed really as a provocation by the CDB a couple years ago. They had this brilliant project, the CIF program, the Cultural and Creative Industry and Innovative Fund. So they put forward this concept called, they entitled it Statelessness, and they essentially invited artists and technocrats around the Caribbean to participate in terms of looking for solutions to how we may maintain or protect or regenerate cultural artifacts in the Caribbean in response to the challenges of climate change. So I approach this from my perspective as an architect, well, as an architectural designer, as an educator, as an artist, and so on. And so what you're seeing are some of the collages that I would have submitted as part of my contribution, the submission to my in terms of the exhibition and so on that was part of this statelessness provocation. So it's really about the idea of displacement, but not only displacement that is physical or physical migration due to crises, but also that idea of disturbance and destruction to a sense of self that happens when communities or nations experience crises, right? This idea of this upheaval, the idea of losing artifacts that are part of your identity. You don't only move, but also your memories, your identity, all of that is affected. So in terms of design and architecture, what could that mean really and truly? That was the question that I was tackling. What could architecture and art offer to that challenge, this idea of displacement, not just physical, but also cultural and so on. So of course, just some more of those images. And so of course, to go forward, I think that, it's always great to look backwards. And the Caribbean knows the idea of statelessness well already, right? Largely due to how many of the islands, the countries and so on, we are derived from a plantation economy. And so I'm a Barbadian, so I know the Barbadian chattel house, and I know that, chattel houses really were a response to the instability that certain classes of people experienced, especially during the times of the plantation economy, where really and truly you had to be able to move your home. If you were living in a chattel house, the chattel houses were portable, adaptable, expandable, and so on, and rooted in the reality of then, right? And so this idea of statelessness was always relevant. And further to that, the physical features of the chattel house are relevant or responsive to the reality of Caribbean climate and weather, right? In terms of dealing with temperature and ventilation and the quality of the interior space of the chattel house. So the chattel houses have a lot to analyze or to remember. And it's really and truly we wonder whether in 50 years there'll still be any chattel houses in Barbados, So I thought it was important to pay reverence to that. And so now coming forward and looking backwards and moving forward, this idea of instability maybe it's a different type of instability now as the Caribbean has evolved, but it's an instability that is due to these extreme weather events, more so this notion of having to respond to crises, being able to move quickly, and what that means now in 2025 and 2026, what that means for the future. So, so some of these images, again, are conceptual images, really. I mentioned the word solutions, but it's not that I'm able to provide these solutions as yet. I'm really trying to provoke the questions or the idea of what is space? How do we define space? How do we reflect our identity via space when there is so much instability? So these were just models. These are just models combined with drawings and so on, collages, that kind of were just meant to represent, the dwelling of a musician, the dwelling of a fisherman, and so on, conceptually, right, via these images. And so so the big idea, how do we design for resilience without losing who we are? So another big question then is that it's not just the Caribbean that is responding to the instability that climate change is posing. In the architectural world, modular architecture that can easily move and so on, is a conversation or is a big trend within building throughout the world, right? So it might be very easy for us to adopt solutions in terms of building, solutions that we see or copy from nations like China, and for lack of a better example. That might be easy, but is that us being true to us? So it's the question of how do we achieve resilience and so on, but still retain or protect some kind of identity. Okay, so also looking back, I had that slide there with the chattel house drawings again, because then some of the designs then that I came up with, or I was trying to suggest, were based on this idea of modularity and also the cultural kind of remnants of what it meant to have a home that can move and so on. And so, for instance, this is meant to be a contemporary version of contemporary design that is inspired by kind of the agglomeration of multiple chattel houses and so on. So this is the kind of work that I do. Okay, and then moving on, beyond the idea of homes, because we've spoken a lot about residences, what does instability mean when it comes to shared spaces? So the spaces that are meant to be accessible to all of us, or represent a full community or a full nation, an entire nation, and so on. So how can we design these spaces? What are they? What types of spaces can protect the artifacts that represent an entire nation, not just a person? So part of my work was to explore, modular architecture that could perhaps come together and, house or protect things like museums or teaching spaces and that kind of things. How is that possible? And how is it possible in reality, technically, as well? So all of that is what my work is, kinds of questions that I'm exploring. And I mean, further to that, I think a big question is, okay, how then does architecture then relate to multimedia? Is it really just about buildings, or is it about a museum that is within just a building, or are we recording the sound of the sea or the sound of town and so on? Is that how we will record or protect our identity? So how does different media interact with this kind of preservation of culture? And so then lastly, I do teach. So I believe that education, the conversations that we have, the explorations that the younger generation is embarking upon is so important to what's coming up next. And so I think that education really has to play a major part in terms of what is part of the curriculum or what is part of the syllabus that the students that I interact with, so the design students, the drawing students and so on, who will be involved in maintaining the built environment or constructing the new spaces and so on. What are they bringing to the table? What are they remembering? What are they protecting? Who are they learning from also? Are we able to connect? I believe that we should be finding a way to connect with persons who still have these skills or the knowledge of how to make things that are specific or special to the Caribbean. And so I'm hoping that becomes a concrete part of how we teach, how we shape the younger generation. So really and truly, it's a call to action. The past teaches resilience. The present, it demands the innovation, and an authentic future for us depends on, really knowing our identity. So I'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
Ashe, thank you very much. I'm going to keep the conversation going, Amanda. We're going to dive into a joint conversation between everyone after all the contributions are made. So Amanda, you can take the floor by all means.
With that, we say welcome to Hazel Brown in studio here at 107.7.
It's good to be here. I've never been here before, so.
Well, it's great to have you.
Yeah.
And it's amazing the work that you have done, you continue to do. It's an inspiration, I know, to many.
Drawing on the richness of our roots to create the own space to tell the own story. And what's that? One thing you can need to do is tell story.
It has been an amazing experience, kind of going to school about advocacy. The whole business of strategic thinking and planning and understanding how the policy process works so that you can intervene in it in appropriate ways. Who is the right person to speak to? What is the right tone and language to use for the specific, whether you're talking to a technical person or a public servant or a politician? The question of preparation for advocacy and lobbying is as important as the actual advocacy and lobbying itself.
May your heart find peace anywhere you come from. Coulda up, you coulda down, blessings on my nation.
All who did not know me when I done, they gon' know the name.
as I told my mother once, when she asked me why don't I stay home and look after my children, that I do what I have to do because I have the support of a whole lot of women. And I told my mother that evening I was going to Tabakit. I said, I'm going to Tabakit tonight, and if anything happens to me in Tabakit,
yes,
I'll ask them to give me a piece of paper, and I will write on it the names of 3 women who look after my children, and then I would die and go to heaven.
So
to say that I am doing what I have because I know that I have the support of a substantial number of women who I can count on.
Yes.
In the worst situation.
Yes.
That I could find myself in.
Wonderful.
Good afternoon, everyone. Last night I had a bit of a rough passage to get here, so it was good to wake up to such a magnificent day. A warm welcome to you, a warm welcome, and thanks to special people here like the Honorable Premier Natalia Wheatley. Thanks also to our visionary curator of Big Conversations, Dr. Mariel Barrow-Magnan. Thanks to the moderator, Karen Niles, my fellow panelists, and all attendees. And of course, big up to the Caribbean family at home and abroad, and an extra special large up to our gracious Barbados host of Carifesta 15. Dolly Mass is a house of stories, and today I will tell you one of them. This is our big story. Today, it begins in the mid-19th century. French provincial architecture has taken root in the Caribbean. Almost immediately, the typology takes on the inflections of the islands. As with nation languages, so too, nation architectures emerge, with each location producing its own vernacular of the aesthetic. The buildings acquire features that respond to the Caribbean's weather. Jalousies, jallies, demerara windows, high ceilings, wide verandas, and wrought iron accents. The typology is designed for ventilation and hurricane resilience. The architecture moves from being French provincial to French Creole. Walls borrowed from the indigenous Ajupa, echoes of the Tapia House and Chattel House, fretwork with Ghanaian and Adinkra symbols, and various details signaling African, South Asian, and East Asian influences. At the same time, there's a peculiar image that has started wandering through Caribbean carnivals. But is it a woman or is it a girl? Perhaps it is a doll. Yes, the baby doll has entered the scene. She is nameless, but in Martinique, she's amongst distinguished pairs: Poupée, Pissenlit, Tipamai, and Nbebe. Like all masquerades, she is on the move. She is transported in the creative imagination of inter-island migrants. They remember her voice, her movement, her style, and her meaning. Soon, she is sighted in Trinidad among the Jamettes and takes on characteristics of that demographic. Jamettes are loud and riotous. This subculture of Trinidad's urban centers appears on the front line of the major protest of that time, and their advocacy is the precursor to waves of Caribbean feminism that would take hold later on in the 20th century. By the mid-20th century, Baby Doll finally has her name and a new dress, but little has changed in her speech and movement. However, by the time the millennium turns, she quantum leaps into a new age. The girl who once roamed the city begging for money grows up into a powerful, self-possessed person. The baby doll is her own advocate. The architecture's development continues as well. It takes on distinct features with the availability of new materials and techniques for construction. However, the typography is on the decline. Fires are one of the main threats. The buildings are also more and more weathered as time passes. Season after season of hot sun and rain beaten down are beginning to show. The architecture is resisting, but is still vulnerable to the weather. The main threat, however, is gentrification. One by one, these icons of Caribbean architectural cultures disappear from the landscape. And so, these two aesthetics of masquerade and architecture developed in tandem on different trajectories, but still growing up together. But let's pause and travel even further back in time to the mid-18th century, when the cedula of population invited foreign settlers into the country in what would prove to be a successful population booster. In Trinidad, there was the promise of land, jobs, and myriad privileges for those officially registered in this drive, and more for each person who came along with families. People were coming into Trinidad, bringing with them their possessions, and at that time, possessions included other people. It is in this milieu that Cynthia Bethencourt arrives in Trinidad as part of the La Perouse family estate. Young, beautiful, and powerful, she is trained in the practice of ancestors. She experiments with voodoo and dreams of Caribbean futures. There is also Brigitte, the magical child of the forest who has relocated to the city. These two women meet in Port of Spain, become friends, and are forever tethered to each other. Retreating to the La Perouse graveyard, they are able to develop their esoterics and their erotics. The cemetery is a good place for making magic. It's also a good place for making love. In the shadows of tombs, Brigitte and Cynthia give their attentions to their desires. In these magical experiments, they summon the Haitian Loa, Mama Brigitte, who opens a portal and they begin time traveling. The passage through time is subject to the changing weather, intense heat, hurricanes, and earthquakes, and the passage through these temporal textures changes the forms of the travelers. In this shape-shifting, they are able to engage the world in different bodies and create a family that is supported by love and magic. When we last saw them in 2022, they had lost each other on a carnival day. This is the story of Brigitte and Cynthia, and it is the main narrative of the Dolly Mass Visual and Performing Arts Company. It gives a fully developed, complex story to a masquerade whose speech up until the early 21st century was still limited to 3 minutes of performance time. At the core of the Dolly Mass universe is this love story of two women trying to find each other. It is about the many ways in which love survives changes that in some cases includes the devastations of enduring a climate emergency. As a result, the protagonists revise their maps, constantly check compasses, clocks, and calendars. They reflect on the past for guidance and peer into the future to witness all our possibilities. The baby doll is the prism through which I project my theory of contemporary Caribbean masquerade cultures. I wanted to create a complex universe in which my passions could thrive. Years ago, I wrote in my journal that the troupe should look like a family time traveling with their real estate, that the villages should be bobbing above their heads. There is magical realism, surrealism, futurism, and retrofuturism in Dolly Mass. It is also a firmly rooted work that is grounded in the real world, grounded in the realities of climate change, the realities of gentrification, and myriad injustices that I, too, am vulnerable as a queer Black woman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amanda. We go straight on to the final panelist. Welcome, please, Dr. Suzanne Burke. The floor is yours.
Thank you. All protocols observed. Good afternoon, everybody. So I kind of take off where Amanda left, and we're continuing this conversation. And of course, my presentation is entitled From Earth Body to Earth Baby, Ecomass as a Modality for Climate Change Action in Caribbean Festival Performance. Can I have the clicker? Thanks. Right. So I'll leave that up on the screen so you can get a sense of what I'm going to talk about. She come real quiet, like a thief in the night. She come damn vex, because how we living, destroying the earth. And she come well armed with a response to stop all the havoc we causing. But she leave real confident that if we act together, we could save the earth. So what I'm going to talk about in the 10 minutes that Karen has given me, and there's a timer, 8.36. I don't understand, you know. Anyway, right? That talks about my embodiment of this character. I have played mass my entire life, but I've played mass in community. I've never played as an individual. And this character came to me one Sunday morning in my kitchen while making breakfast. The whole thing come. What she wants me to say, what she wants me to do, and how she wants me to do it. So my presentation is an overview of the conceptualization, making, and performance of Earth Baby. And inside of that, I'm going to talk about the potential of what I'm calling ecomass as an organic Caribbean response to climate change. Mariel is looking at me like if I'm crazy. And the larger issue is the role of arts and humanities in constructing new epistemologies about how we live in more than the human world. So how we live in the environment. I am positing that eco-mass making and performance can challenge, it challenged mine, our ingrained beliefs about developmental progress because of its capacity to present alternative visions and practices for sustainable future. In unpacking my performance, I'm guided by 3 things that I want us to think about. The first thing is about making. So there's a whole theory about making. And making, and I draw from Ingold 2014, that says that cultural artifacts are imbued with meaning and shaped by tradition and memory. Okay? So they're not just a costume. You know, we like to say, well, it's a costume. Right? It is imbued with memory and tradition. And because those costumes and our performances of them hold knowledge, they are also a portal to action. So that is Ingold, the theory of making. The other thing that I discovered after Pleshy, after she come and embody me and teeth my head, right, is the theory of ecosomatics and ecoscenography, right? New thing, 2024, that talks about ecological design for performance. And that design dissolves, and Amanda is the co-creator, so Amanda could talk to this experience. It dissolves the barriers or the lines between an artist, the materials that are used, and the audiences, right? And it also talks about how you perform, where you perform, so that you are one with the ecology in which you are performing, right? And of course, in the carnival tradition, that is all over the place in Trinidad. The other important thing I want us to think about as I talk is this notion of ecosomatics, the body as a way of knowing. In fact, when we know in our bodies, we know more powerfully in our senses than if we know just theoretically in our head. And finally, I want to pay homage to a friend of mine who's passed away, Tony Hall, who came up with this emancipatory cycle of creativity. And of course, I'm backward mapping here because I play the girl and then I start to theorize about the girl because that's me, right? I'm an academic, that's what I do. But what came after Tony's theory of creativity and the emancipation that comes in that creativity. And I was able to identify in the way that I played Earth Baby, the meditation. So she come in the morning, and I'm not a morning person. So when I get up and I tell my students, did you tell me that this morning? Well, they know I'm not a morning person. I'm still in a fugue state, right? I'm in a liminal state, to use the whatever. I don't get up really until 10 o'clock, right? But I'm up, but things are in my mind are still in a kind of liminal state. right? That's when she comes. That's what Tony calls the meditative state. And then she manifests. And that manifestation turned into a whole performance, transformation. And then what it did to me, because she never leave me. Once she comes, she stay there. Some days she talks more than others. Today she kind of quiet, right? But okay. So I want us to look at this. It's a very short video, and then we'll kind of try to unpack it. And I hope this sound works.
She come real quiet, like a thief in the night. She come damn vexed, because how we living, destroying the earth. But she come well armed, with a response to stop all the havoc we causing. And she leave real confident that if we take action together, we could save the earth. We got to save the earth. I am Divine Mother, Isis, Oshun, Shakti, who consorted with human to bring forth my child, Earth Baby. But human's greed, selfishness, and neglect are impeding her growth. The proliferation of toxic waste, impure air, polluted waterways, and barren fields are turning Earth Baby into a wasteland at risk of extinction. Tonight, I manifest as the quintessential character of Baby Doll, to expose the truth of human's abuse of Earth Baby. I come to reveal his true and evil nature and to demand reparations of US $1.3 trillion per year maintenance to restore my baby's health. Tonight, I illuminate the exploitation of one of Earth Baby's most important needs and resources. Water, planet, only. I unmask the role of capitalism in creating one of the biggest marketing gimmicks of our time, the packaging and sale of water in plastic bottles. This US $333.2 billion profit-motivated industry has wreaked havoc on Earth Baby's well-being. Plastic bottles are causing distress to aquatic animals, blocking waterways, and releasing toxic chemicals into the atmosphere. To signify Earth Baby's distress, I am vested in bottled water's waste material. My skirt is made from deconstructed water bottles. My hat from its bottle caps. And my jewelry and other forms of adornment from its labels. Through my divine authority, I restore Earth Baby to her newborn pristine state. I order the stemming of global warming through the reduction of fossil fuels and the adoption of cleaner forms of energy. Through my divine wisdom, I re-establish Earth Baby on her path of righteous development. I demand that natural resources and ecosystems are protected and managed to ensure their sustainability for future generations. And through my divine love, I reconnect Earth Baby to the divine world. I declare a more balanced and respectful relationship with the natural world to ensure peace, justice, equity, and compassion for all. Ashe, 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 Ashe.
All right, so I don't need to tell you who Earth Baby is, who Baby Doll is, because Amanda kind of spoke about that. But I just want to kind of talk about how she performs. So according to Hill, historically, right, her movements, her gestures, her speech are loose and loud, aimed at attracting a great deal of attention. And in the carnival moment, the carnivaless allows the Baby Doll to use her voice, right, to exert agency, and of course, in some iterations, in the original iterations, to talk to errant fathers, to take responsibility for their children. So in other words, she's used to shine a light on a myriad of social issues. And to quote an old friend of mine, Jackie Burgess, Jackie says that the baby doll is such a powerful character that you can use it for almost anything. That whole thing about advocacy and how you build and share awareness of certain issues, the baby doll's voice could be used. So I want to talk a little bit about the making and the performance of the doll. And of course, in making baby doll, we unmade baby doll, right? So it's about the making and unmaking of baby doll. So the thing that came to me, the message that came to me, is that we are destroying the earth by using these plastic water bottles. The first thing is that water is a free resource. It's been packaged, it's for sale, and it's everywhere. It's omnipresent in our natural world, and it causes a fair amount of havoc, right? So Earth Baby acknowledges that the baby doll's position is a cultural object whose material qualities can shape meaning, as I said. So we're going back to the theory of making. I embody baby doll as the universal divine mother. So I am the mother whose baby is the earth, but I made the earth because I consorted with human, and I spell human like that, right? So I explore baby dolls, earth babies, cognitive and material significance. So what is she feeling, thinking, sensing? And when I perform her, all of those things become eminent. And then, of course, the material significance of how she was presented. In performance of Earth Baby, I involve audiences in what Griswold talks about as an extended set of meanings. Extended because in the Trinidad Carnival tradition, we know what the baby doll is about. But the way that we've unpacked her, we've turned her upside down, it's a new meaning, but they still connect with the new meaning, right? And that was apparent in the performance as well. So let's talk a little bit about the materiality of Earth Baby, right? And the message came that it should only be constructed with discarded things. The discarded bottles, the bottle caps, the labels. So you would see those things in the pictures, right? And of course, the garbage bag that is the base costume, because of course, the sea is a big garbage dump, right? And it's blue, so we could get into that as well. And the issue of blue and Yemanja and the sea and all of those kinds of things. But anyway, but there's now a dialogical process between the material's form and function, the context of the performance, and the design inputs, right? So we collected materials, bottles, right? Discarded bottles of all sizes. And in that very process of collecting the bottles, there's an awareness of the scale of the environmental challenge, right? Because bottles are everywhere, right? On campus, they're everywhere. At work, on the roadways, friends. So we were collecting bottles, the design team, and Amanda could talk a little bit about that. So there's the deconstructed bottle. On the left, more recently, the jewelry is made from the top of the bottle, right? And it's cut in the form of a flower, and we could talk about that in convo. And then the deconstructed bottle, and you can ask Amanda about that. So you cut the bottom off, and that is what made the base for the skirt, yeah? And there you have the hat, right? And of course, you're seeing the skirt a little more closely, right? And then, of course, the issue of where it was shot. The latter thing is shot in Lopino, and Amanda, and we didn't collaborate on this at all. So I was moved to do a photo shoot of Earth Baby in Lopino. Those of you who know Trinidad know that Lopino is an old plantation, and the Count de Lopino came to Trinidad under the cedula. Okay? And so in performing Earth Baby there, it is her speaking back, because the plantation is the beginning of environmental degradation in this part of the world, right? So by putting her in the water in Lopino, right, you know, under the kind of shade of the Great House, we are saying this is where it started, right? The fact that they farmed lands and they left, they did not, you know, mind the environment, right? And there's a whole big Plantoprocene concept that we use to describe what that meant in terms of the environment. So in eco-scenography, we are privileging ecological design for performance. We are, of course, incorporating principles of the ecology to create recyclable, biodegradable, restorative, and/or regenerative performance spaces. So Earth Baby is being performed in the river at Lupino. While, of course, we did not use any natural materials to make her, by upcycling human waste products into a theatrical performance, it did have an ecological impact by, of course, very little bit lessening the carbon footprint. But in doing that, it brings awareness of greening policies to festivals such as Carnival. And I'm noting this morning in the big conversation, I'm sitting there and only plastic water bottles, and I'm going, whoa, right? Dread, right? I came here, I met one, I was like, I gave it back because I have my water bottle, right? Where a great number of these plastic bottles are used, right? So the final artifact, and I'm winding up now, 20 seconds. The final artifact represents a living text of the teams, and a team of people worked on her, shared their knowledge about baby dolls in general, but about performance more specifically, both tacit and explicit, that creatively reimagined and enunciated new ways to utilize the materials, thereby imbuing the costume with new meanings. So in terms of performance, very quickly, because the soma, the eco-soma, is also part of what we offer as a performance modality, right? The language, the script came first. The whole script came in my head, downloaded, right? And so the language was the element that guided everything else. So Amanda says she could tell you that I had the whole script, I gave the script to them. The first element is the language. It utilized, of course, a variety of rhetorical devices to deliver the eco-message of retort and repair. Tonight, I manifest as the quintessential character of Baby Doll, to expose the truth of humans' abuse of Earth Baby. Tonight, I illuminate the exploitation of one of Earth Baby's most important needs, water, pani, omi. I unmask the role of capitalism in creating one of the biggest marketing gimmicks of our time, the packaging and sale of water in plastic bottles. So we're using metaphors and for hyperbole to give her performance a little more gravitas, right? And of course the music, those of you who all like me would have recognized the music. It is Brother Resistance's iconic song, Mother Earth, which he made in 1991. So we're dealing with these things for a while, right? And of course, the music is also resonant with the crowd, right? Because they would know, let my vibes be one with you, Mother Earth. Let my vibes be one with you, Mother Earth. I only want to know you. I only want to know your mother. To know you is to love you, Mother Earth. Oh, Mother Earth. And in the refrain, he's saying, is it too late? Is it too late? Is it too late? Is it too late to save the earth? We got to save the earth, right? So the music is important. And of course, the soma, which is how we know our world through our senses and our movement. You would see in the pictures there's a lot of use of the hands and the arms because she's pregnant. She actually births Earth on stage in performance, right? So there's a big thing, and Amanda, tie me up wrong and wrong, tight, right? So that I could not move. There was no movement, the bottom half. So the top, the arms, and of course the face is covered, right? So there is no, the audience cannot read my expressions because the face is covered. So the use of the hands and the arms to relay feelings of despair, derision, authority, divinity, and love, right? So we're moving from a mere representation of an iconic traditional carnival character to an experience of bodily knowledge and emotional resonance, right? So you're seeing again the use of the hands, the use of the arms in different positions, etc. Right? And of course, the closing of the performance was curated to instill hope, right? As she said, she leaves knowing that we should do something. So the end is like a prayer. Divine Mother has cleared the way for a new course of action to take root and to multiply. Yeah? So we are hoping that we know this is Tony's cycle of creativity, right? That starts with a meditation, then the manifestation, the transformation, liberation, and emancipation. And he says it's the continuing cycle of transcendence, a revolutionary vision to awaken or to juvie. And that's the possibility that our carnival characters offer if we do something meaningful with them, right? So the costume represented the main line of reaction and of course underscored the importance of material objects, in this case plastic water bottles, right, to mediate previously held beliefs and behavior, so that even for myself, I can no longer drink from a plastic bottle. I can't, right? So the mere fact that you are playing it, you're embodying it, it changes you, right? I incorporated earth body practices by making sensory and cognitive connections with the character, what Tony talks about as being in possession, right? Through the somatic journey, I discovered new pathways to apprehending the impact of climate change. So people in my office, people around me, they know not to come around me with no plastic water bottle, right? The way of being, this way of being holds new possibilities for us all. So behavior change, right? And of course, she's leaving there, and she's leaving knowing that maybe something might work out, maybe, right? And so the big conversation for me, right, is EcoMass, as I'm calling it, EcoMass, right, is a site of knowledge creation and transmission. And I want to say, me and the first girl, we do that, right? We doing in our masquerade traditions across the Caribbean. We use natural things, right? Leaves in Trinidad, we use leaf, we use crocus bag, we use all kinds of things, right? Natural things in the earth, right? But it provides novel utility for discarding items. And as if Black Jesus was hearing me, 2 weeks ago, I went to the Bahamas, and there was a John canoe made out of discarded beer cans, right? So I'm not saying I have nothing new. There's nothing new in the universe. But what it does do is provide awareness around climate change action and the possibility of using festival materials as a main avenue for advocacy and action. So greening policies, like Earth Baby, EcoMass can illuminate new and subversive ways of making climate change action part of our daily lives. And it's not a top-down policy, it's something that we're doing. It's organic, right? It's natural, it's agentic. Thank you.
All right, so while you formulate your questions, while you get ready for your interventions, ready for a big conversation, let me introduce myself. My name is Karen Niles. Niles is the name of my great-great-great-grandfather's slave master. And that is not just mentioned on a side. My research is tied to climate change and culture, but to start with, I actually published an article on climate change and slavery, because those are two manifestations of something we refer to as the tragedy of the commons. And the tragedy of the commons is when there is something that is commonly held, like fish in the ocean. I was going to say flying fish, but I'll behave myself. Like, let's use whales, a neutral subject, right? Let's use whales. Something that is commonly held. But if everyone keeps exploiting, will be depleted. And the problem is, if any one person pulls out, it does nothing to stop the other people from doing it and from benefiting. That's the problem with climate change now, because if any one oil company, like BP, or BHP, if any one of them pull out, it doesn't stop Exxon or any of the other companies from continuing to profit. That's a tragedy of the commons, and that was also experienced with slavery, because if any one nation stopped using free labor, forced labor, it didn't stop. And when I actually read the transcripts of the House of Commons, I was listening to all these British politicians arguing with abolitionists, saying, why do you want France to be the premier nation in Europe? Why are you trying to bankrupt Britain by having us pay for labor? And that's not going to stop slavery. You know, in the same way you hear one oil company say, even if they stop production today, that's not going to stop other oil companies from drilling baby drilling. You know, that's a tragedy of the commons. Even if they know that it will lead to a tragedy in the end, they will keep doing it because it's going to keep making money. So I ask my students all the time that if after being exposed to the horrors of slavery, seeing the deleterious effects did not stop them from studying people, what makes you think that telling people about the bad effects of climate change on the planet, what makes you think that's going to stop them from studying a chemical? It didn't stop them from studying people. It's not going to stop people from studying a chemical. All right? So where that led me in my research was a realization that the people that were being converted from people to property in that system, that was happening because they were part of a larger plantation economy that was servicing the global north. And it was really fascinating to see that really and truly, it essentially converted people to an energy source. Because you can't use subsistence labor, you can't use like indigenous methods to power a plantation. You could use indigenous methods to feed your family, but if you want to feed all of Britain, you need a plantation, and you need workers, or you need machinery, which is what eventually ended slavery. As you saw from Eric Williams' work, Capitalism and Slavery, they realized that machines do not revolt. Machines don't try to run away from the plantation. They only need to be fed a little bit of energy. And in those days, it was coal. So coal was actually the solution, one of the key solutions that ended slavery. It was a really good thing at that point in time, particularly for abolitionists, because it gave them a leg to stand on economic grounds to end slavery. So coal was actually the solution that ended slavery, but then led to the next problem, which they didn't foresee, which is climate change. And now we're watching people trying to end the use of coal and end the use of fossil fuels, and you're seeing what they're transitioning to, and you're wondering, are we making the same mistake as we really try to go get rare earth metals and materials, and as all these deals with deep sea mining to get all these materials to power renewable energy, you wonder, are we going to find another solution that's going to cause a problem that we're not yet seeing? Now, this is really important because I began to ask myself the question, okay, so slavery led to the forcible displacement of millions and millions of people, so that I had to explain this to my friends in the Pacific who were not acquainted. They wanted to know why I can track my indigenous name, my African name, and I said, well, it's because Niles is the name of the slave owner, so it was a sign of ownership, and so what it meant was a loss of identity. And so the forced migration led to a loss of identity. And so what we're seeing now is climate change leading to forcible displacement. And so my research question is simply, will climate change do to the descendants of the Caribbean what slavery did to their forefathers? It's a simple question. Like, are we going to see people losing their identity because they're forced to move in the same way that our forefathers and ancestors lost their identity because they were forced to move? It may not be the same. You may need to move from one location to another location in the same country. You may be forced to move from one part of the region to another part of the region, like when Dominicans were forced to move to Trinidad, even temporarily. What are the cultural implications of those things? And even more so in the Pacific, where they literally are forced to move out of their countries altogether and abandon their countries. Like in the case of Tuvalu, which will no longer exist in a few years, the entire country needs to move. So what does that mean for your culture? And is that going to do to them what slavery did to us in terms of cutting us off from our ancestry? That's what my research is on, and that's what led me to be drawn to this conversation about that intersection between how we can use our culture to really begin to speak about this. Because climate change is a cultural challenge. We need to, and to be honest, it brings us back to Alana's presentation, because waste does not exist in nature. Waste was designed into the process. We decided that we are going to, that there's things that are not useful for us that we're going to just dump. But waste does not exist in nature, is a man-made invention. Therefore, climate change is actually, and the thing that caused climate change, of course, was the fumes spouting carbon in the air, because, I mean, going to a climate change conference once, somebody said, carbon is not the problem. Stop blaming carbon. We put carbon there. We designed the system that put carbon in the atmosphere. So climate change is actually a design problem. How do we design ourselves out of this as a Caribbean civilization, as a Caribbean people? So you've heard us talk about what has brought us to this subject. We'd love to get you all involved in the conversation. Please feel free to ask any questions that you may have. You've heard us say a lot about how we're using mass, how we're using our work, how we're using our knowledge of our ancestry to kind of really investigate and interrogate solutions for the future. If you have any questions, please feel free to just raise your hand, and a mic will be brought to you. Thank you so much for bringing the mic. I appreciate you. Mario, let's start with you. Dr. Barrow.
I can't help myself, right? So there are a few things. Firstly, I performed. The only time I ever played mass was when I performed with Minshall. And that was for his tapestry presentation, which was a presentation constructed with leaves that was spray painted and then mounted onto netting, right, to create the back pieces, which were absolutely stunning. And so this conversation isn't new, or this way of doing mass isn't new. And in fact, we also have studies in terms of affect, right, and embodiment, and how embodied work or art, right, moves us to action. And it really depends on how we use the energy that art gives us and what direction we take with it. So when we leave here, we're going to still continue with the bottles, because I came with my bottle, right, my plastic bottle, because that's what they gave us and we have to drink water, right? So what are you going to allow that energy that is, stirred up in you when we hear a conversation like this to act and to change something that we do, and also change the way we teach our children to do things? And so I guess my question is, with this mass, I mean, I heard Amanda speak of the support of the community of women, right? Is it changing the way that these young women do life, right? And make them more sensitive or more culturally aware in terms of climate change? You spoke also about architecture. What are the avenues for them to do differently? Because the work that we're talking about here remains oftentimes on the fringes, right? There was only one Minshall, and then there were maybe a few others who were similar to Minshall, kind of, but they didn't, I don't think they drove the agenda in the same way that Minshall did, right? So we're still the periphery, and as Karen said, if one person stops doing something that is wrong, it doesn't mean that the rest of them do. So what really is the next step?
If there are any more questions, I'll take them in a group, but if there's no more, you can... Oh, there's one more in the yellow. Do you want to ask one? Oh, okay, sorry.
Just a comment. So I'm a Trinidadian in the room, and I've never played mass before. Okay. And I've said that, yeah, there is still time.
I've never played mass either.
I've been to workshops before, and people were shocked to see a Trini never play mass, and I've always looked at it. And being here in the room, I actually feel inspired, because I see it being part of the circular economy. I see it purpose-driven, that we could just echo in terms of how we could really save the planet. So thank you for sharing, and this is inspiration. Just might play mass with one of you.
Cool. All right. Anybody else? Or Amanda, a hand over to you. Amanda or Susan. To answer Maria's question, you just want to Maria's question. You want to go first?
I thought the question was posed to Amanda, but but just to say that, you know, Minchell is larger than life, but you know, there are in the traditional ecosystem of carnival characters, a lot of natural materials are used, so it's there. You know, so if you're playing cow mass is played with leaves and the actual horns of a cow, the entrails of a cow, right? Yeah. Right? So, and not just that, in the traditional character, carnival characters, people reuse costumes, right? So there's already, so there's this joke about Royal Gibbons, who's been playing sailor for 20 years. He puts on the same costume every year, right? Might zooz up the color or whatever, right? So you're playing, you reuse. Even in the bigger masquerade traditions, you will deconstruct a costume, keep parts of it, reuse it, right? So what we need to do is amplify those practices that are already there tacitly in the processes that we use, right? So we need to talk more about those things. And we're talking about carnival, but I deliberately said in the festival ecology, yes? Because in Trinidad, there's Ramlila, there's the Wali, there's Jose, right? When you're dancing the moon and what you do with the moon and it's buried and, you know, because the Caribbean, I think, for me, is so replete with festivals. We have a festival ecology in the Caribbean. In every island, there's a festival that uses costumes, performances. And I think and that is part of our life, our daily life. And if we can amplify the ways in which, right, we repurpose the use, not just of the materials and so on, but the performances, as you say, the affect, right? As an aside. So of course I was scared crapless because I've never performed as an individual, right? But then I up and come second, right? Which means that the judges recognize something, the people recognize something about what we're doing, the importance of the masquerade tradition throughout the Caribbean in making statements, in being agentic. So sometimes we think policy with the big P is a white paper on something and a green paper and a yellow paper and orange or whatever. But policy is what people make or do for themselves. And this is where the masquerade tradition, I think, in the performance of the Caribbean is vital, and it is an avenue for further action. And that, to me, is the avenue in. So I don't know if
I just have one last thing to say, and Suzanne, you have always been performative, so I think this was always there. It was always there.
Agreed. Hi, good afternoon. Did you want to add to that?
Please, go on.
No, I just want, well, I think, Karen, you already answered the question that I had in terms of the effect on the people with the message that you're sending through the costume and mask play, and but you said you got second place, and is this throughout the whole carnival in Trinidad, or was it
category? So
in the
there
category.
are categories.
Mm-hmm.
So my categories had Dame Lauren. What's the categories, Amanda?
So this is the traditional mass competition that takes place at Adam Smith Square in the week before Carnival.
The week before, okay.
And the competition is separated into various categories depending on the typologies of what is called traditional mass in Trinidad.
Yes.
And the baby doll category, which had been very poorly subscribed in previous years, up until 2020, there were only 4 baby dolls. With the advent of Dolly Mass and the popularization of the masquerade that we have been doing, it became ever so popular, so that by this year, we had almost in the 20s of entrants into that competition, which I think is a lot of, says a lot, and I'm happy to see it. So Dr. Burke was a part of that category this year, and the performance that she did placed second.
Okay. Yes, but I wanted to find out more or less how the people reacted to it in terms of the message that you're sending through the mass. And do you have, I think you have a children's section as well in your parades.
Yes.
Children's mass. So I guess this is where you can also educate and encourage through this kind of medium to get the education and the change of, I'm sorry, I have my plastic bottle in my bag. So although I have several water bottles at home, it's just easier to pick it up, but I'm getting there. But just to say that it is a real good concept in terms of playing mass and educating about the importance of climate change and resilience, etc. So just to say that the presentations were great, and got some stuff out of it that we can take back at home, which is the British Virgin Islands.
Yeah, and I'd like to add that once upon a time I sat on the board of the NCC, and one of the things that I insisted is the incentivization of greening the festival. So we introduced a green policy, and so this is where policy, so you have to incentivize, right? And we took a long time and went through the various things. What are the materials we are going to incentivize? What are the prizes? I mean, it's not like if you win Banner of the Year, but I think from a big P policy level, you can do that in terms of incentivizing the things that you get people to use. So you encourage them to use what is around them, yeah?
And there was something that that Karen said that I think related very well to Marielle's question. There are some things that are regarded and that are in fact not good for the environment, but somehow also function very well in what we do. When I did the design for this costume for Dr. Burke, one of the first things I said to her is we will create a wire frame onto which we'll put the plastic bottles. Where in nature does wire occur? And yet wire is one of the main materials in Carnival. And it is a material that can be reused, but only until a certain point. Because beyond that point, it will break and become a threat to the masquerader. I think one of the things we need, we have a lot of storytelling in Carnival. And we have a lot of performance, but we don't have a lot of experimentation. We don't have enough investment in the engineering behind mass, in the strength of materials and the types of materials, because we could sit and talk for a long time about reusing and upcycling and various things which are all great, but we also have to ask about safety. We also have to ask about the future of the costumes. How long do you want to have this with certain materials? Like last year, I saw a beautiful presentation by one of our devils in Carnival, whose entire backpack on which he mounted his wings was made out of various seasonings from his garden. So he had chive and celery, and the entire thing was made out of this material that he picked from the garden the morning of his performance. So he came fresh, right? He came literally fresh. When I saw him, I turned to Marissa, my friend, and I said, well, he's a well-seasoned performer. And the thing is, by the end of that week, that costume is gone. It's beautiful. It's eco-mass. It's exactly the type of innovation we want to see in Carnival, because it does not, it's biodegradable and it doesn't add to waste, but the costume itself disappears over time. It is a point that we can acknowledge, something that we can pay homage to and thank the materials for the time and for blessing us and all of these things. But in terms of archiving and in terms of how we would like to treat with the preservation of artifacts, etc., if you have a vision of young people in the future entering a museum and seeing the things that you do, then the materials you use must be considered. And so in that way, there are some performances that would require stronger materials.
Definitely. I see another hand up. We have to end soon because the next panel is going to come up shortly. I would say the point of our popularization is definitely not limited to mass as well. So I also, when I'm wearing another hat, I manage a band called Freetown Collective in Trinidad and Tobago. And we have an annual carnival show called Welcome to Freetown. And this year we partnered with a British sustainability company that their main thing is making live events more sustainable. And so when we partnered with them this year in conjunction with the British Council, I have to say, and literally stripped back every layer of our event, like water, electricity, all the food, just to see how we can make it more sustainable. Because sustainability is not like a label you can put on today for tomorrow. It has to be a journey for us, right? And so I realized that same question that Amanda is asking is not just limited to mass. Like, we now have to redesign, literally sit down. Right? So another great example is this year we featured something called the rope jab, which is, these are people with, like whips, right? But I didn't know that they were made out of like flax. They were made out of an actual tree which they grow in their yards. Yeah. And they're like, I didn't know that. All other Trinidadians knew that except me, right? So I saw the plant, and then I saw the whip, and then I saw the plant, and I saw them making this. And I said, man, this is mad. It was so cool. So, and then I realized, what we need to look at now is the life cycles of all the different components of it. And we've now had to redesign the entire event, from props to backgrounds because it's about I'm not trying to use a big word, but the materiality, as in the material composition of the event in terms of what are the things that we are going to use every single year. And those things we can design to last for 20 years. And then what are the things that we need for this year only, or for 3 years, or for 5 years. And those things we will design it to be reused and to go back into a cycle. Yeah. And that's what we were able to do this year. And I think all of the mass is actually moving towards that kind of direction where we literally redesigning as we go, right? So it's in live music on my end, it's in the mass on there, and I think that's where the festivals need to go. And this is not just to be attractive to tourists, but for ourselves. You know what I mean? But sorry, go ahead, Amanda, now and take your questions.
Thank you for that, Karen, because exactly what you described there in your last few sentences is our practice in Dolly Mass. I say all the time, we have a lot of upcycling. Yes, we have a lot of donations of materials from various people. Like recently, someone discarded a wedding dress, which I took and then made a costume out of. We also have various practices of reusing costumes as well. But additionally, there are certain things I have to go into the store for, and I have to purchase. The trick is to make sure you get as many uses out of that thing as you can. And so the costumes that I brought in my suitcase to Barbados with me are the costumes that you saw in the early parts of the video that was presented last week at Napa. And those same costumes were presented last year in 2024. And those costumes featured in different things, because in Carnival, one of the major problems, not just in Trinidad and Tobago, but across the Caribbean, is so much of what we do in terms of costuming is single use, just like the plastic bottles. Even worse, because this is a full body thing that is discarded after one use. And that, I think, needs to be studied in terms of how it impacts our climate emergency in the Caribbean. We don't have the figures behind it as yet, but I am certain if someone were dedicated to research, it would be immense, because this is every year throughout the Caribbean a great amount of material, plastics, etc.
I just want to add very quickly that we should not forget that festivals have ritual components, right? So that if the ritual is to destroy the thing, the artifact, as in Jose, then that's what it calls for, right? So again, okay, good.
So your question.
So hi everyone, I'm Manolo James. I want to say hi to Alana, Amanda, Dr. Burke, and Dr. Niles. I was really excited by that section of the conversation. So I studied sustainable product design, which doesn't mean anything because I came back incredibly depressed by the system. And that's what was exciting to me about what all of you started to contribute, which is there's the materiality, but also like its use. Those things combine into like the impacts that we see. And rightfully said, as I said, each of you had really critical parts of that conversation that you brought up. The solutions are already here. they're being used in different mass camps, different homes, different yards around the region. And ideally, it's for us to identify it, use the common sense that we have, use the creativity that we have, and mobilize our consciousness. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Arnaldo. I'm gonna ask every panelist from Alana coming right down, just 1 minute in closing. As we close the panel and allow the next panel to come in, just your 1 minute reflection, a key takeaway from the conversation, something you want to leave with the audience, both online, live, persons watching on TV, and the audience physical.
No, I think it was really interesting, and I think I'm hearing some of the similarities or some similar interests, this idea of materials and the life cycle, and it is really relevant to the built environment also, and we didn't get a chance to talk about that. I think when it comes to architecture, it's a different mindset, because I think the question is the idea of permanence and is something that perhaps we perceive differently. I'm not sure whether in the Caribbean we're ready to be living in homes or have buildings which only last or are designed to last for a very short period of time. We're not ready for that. So in terms of the similarity, in terms of that concept, that really just got me thinking. But yeah, very, very inspiring. And so, yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Thank you. I'm really thankful for this this big conversation, because one of the things I could see and feel and understand on the panel is an intersection of thinking that makes sense. One of the earlier things you said, Karen, was about climate change leading to forcible displacement. And when you mentioned that, I remember feeling really shocked. Not shocked as in surprise, but shocked as in excited, because you understand what I mean? Okay, good. All right. Because this is exactly one of the ideas I try to convey in the story, that these women in their time travels, they're constantly being displaced. And the feeling of the displacement is the feeling like passing through a storm. It's a feeling like drowning in the sea and coming back up again, the high tides, rising tides, right? And so when you said, yes, climate change leading to forcible displacement, I was, yes, we are constantly and currently in the Caribbean passing through these portals of climate change. We are emerging on the other side. We are being forcibly displaced. What we called Caribbean migrations and continue to call Caribbean migrations in our time is heavily susceptible to changing climates. So that's my last 2 cents on table.
Perhaps what I want to say is that we need to trust the knowledge we have in our big toes, the tacit knowledge we have about how we do things. And just look at how your mother used to take coconut and make sweet bread, and then take the thing and make sugar cake, and then take the shell and put it in her orchids, and nothing was wasted. Yeah? So the examples are there, and we just need to have confidence that those small actions, those micro actions, if scaled and if we believe in them, can actually cause the change that we seek.
So what I wanted to say, I think hearing what you've heard today is this kind of, for me, cements the need for, first of all, connections, making those connections, because listening to even, when Alana started to speak, part of my research is talking to practitioners throughout the Caribbean and Pacific about what are we losing culturally due to climate change. And many of them actually speak about the built environment. One of them actually started to speak about, in both regions, the Caribbean and the Pacific, they said, all of our historically sensitive material, their independence documents, are in these buildings that are one hurricane away from no longer existing. You know, and they're situated in these places where some of them are thinking, if there is a serious storm or hurricane or typhoon that is coming, I'm taking all of these manuscripts, I'm putting it in my car, and I'm driving as fast as I can. which is crazy if you think about what is some of the things that they're grabbing. You know, this is like things from the days of slavery, pre-European intervention, that they are willing to pick up from in their cars and just take in the case of natural disasters. And so there is definitely room for connections to actually begin to redesign some of our culturally sensitive spaces like our archives and our museums to make sure they can withstand Category 5 hurricanes. This is one example. And for Arnaldo, just what you just said, I totally understand the frustration, but one of the things that I always say, when you leave a room like this, or you might be watching on TV and you have a qualification that you think no one cares about in the Caribbean, view it differently. You understand? A lot of these things that we are doing in the Caribbean, as Dr. Burke just said, intrinsically, the tradition tends to be very sustainable. And it's only many times when we try to modernize it and we adopt things from other parts of the world in the name of being best practice or something like that, that it becomes really unsustainable, right? And so what I would encourage you to look at the Caribbean as is like almost as a green field. It's a place that you can innovate. You understand? And the truth is, like, a place with problems is a place that requires solutions. You understand? And so that's the reason why we're in a space, and I'm not just saying this theoretically. Like, I spoke to other promoters in the Caribbean when we were embarking upon our circular economy, more sustainable things at Freetown, and people were telling me, other promoters were saying, people don't care about that. Like, the people just want to come and party, just hold the event. And we were saying, but no, this is a problem, and that means there has to, the solution is calling us. We just have to see it. So that's just a bit of encouragement, so you're less depressed. But please join me in saying thank you to our esteemed panelists. Join me in thanking them for their time and for the effort they put into their presentations. Thank you all for coming out, and for those viewing either online or at home, thank you for your time as well. Thank you for joining us, and please stay tuned for other big conversations here at Carifesta. Take care.